Chapter 30, 388. Sealing. Duan Lingtian asked his daughter solemnly, "Did grandfather say why he's imprisoned? Since he can send you a message through your soul orb, it means that his storage ring is still in his hands and has not been taken away. If the spatial ring was still with him, it meant his situation was not too bad. Otherwise, even if he was unwilling to remove the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring, the Qilin clan would not allow him to keep the spatial ring to prevent him from contacting the outside world. Naturally, there was another possibility. The Qilin clan did not care about Duan Rufing's spatial ring at all. They did not care if her father used the soul pearl in his spatial ring to send messages to the outside world. After all, the Qilin clan was a powerful force that stood at the top of the Devata realms. Father, although grandfather is imprisoned, it's only house arrest. He's not allowed to leave the Qilin clan's territory, and there's someone guarding him, Duan Lingxi said. Grandfather said he's eating and sleeping well, and he doesn't lack cultivation resources. However, the Qilin clan doesn't allow him to leave. Duan Lingtian was even more confused when he heard Duan Xiling's words. What's going on? Did your grandfather tell you in detail? Grandfather said. Duan Lingxi paused for a moment. Duan Xiling paused for a moment before she said in a strange tone, after he ascended to the 10,000 beasts heaven, the daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan took a fancy to him. He was almost killed when he ascended to the 10,000 beasts heaven. However, the daughter of the elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to him and saved him. Then she brought him back to the Qilin clan. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Xiling's words. The daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to his father? She even brought him back to the Qilin clan? Moreover, his father had ascended to the 10,000 Shou heaven? Was it not impossible for humans to ascend to the 10,000 Shou heaven? That's right. Now that the planes of gods have collided, the planar battlefield has opened, and the Tartarus battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield have opened as well to a certain extent. This has affected the normal ascension process. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Back then, I should have ascended to the Jade Emperor heaven. However, due to the realms of gods colliding once every 10,000 years, I ended up in the spirit overarching heaven instead. Come to think of it, Father's situation is the same as mine. However, humans who ascend to Wanshou heaven are usually killed by the immortal beasts of Wanshou heaven. After all, the 10,000 beasts heaven is a Devata realm that rejects humans. Looking at it now, it's fortunate that the elder of the Qilin clan took a fancy to Father and saved Father. Otherwise, Father would have died without a doubt. In fact, if she had only saved Father, he would have had a slim chance of survival in Wanshou heaven. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was filled with gratitude towards the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder. As for house arrest was a good choice. If the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder did not bring his father to the Qilin clan and put him under house arrest, he did not know if his father would still be alive in the 10,000 beasts heaven. I didn't expect Father to have such a rotten peach blossom in the 10,000 beasts heaven after leaving Mother. Duan Lingtian smiled as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Brother Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian had been talking to Duan Xiling through voice transmission earlier, neither Little Gold nor Hua Lao heard his words. Little Gold, it's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile, Your Uncle Rufeng is only under house arrest. House arrest? Little Gold frowned. Brother Lingtian is under house arrest? How can you say it's fine? The Qilin clan is the overlord of the 10,000 beasts heaven. In the 10,000 beasts heaven, the dragons were considered powerful. However, they were still inferior to the Qilin clan. Why? It was because the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse. As for the dragons, it was said that there was a supreme powerhouse in the long history of the 10,000 beasts heaven. However, that supreme powerhouse had fallen in the end. At that time, when the supreme powerhouse was still alive, The status of the dragons in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was not inferior to the Qilin clan. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven was the Devata realm that had produced the most supreme powerhouses in the history of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. Then he told Little Gold everything his father had said to his daughter through voice transmission. Little Gold was dumbfounded. After a long while, she finally regained her senses. She sighed in relief. I thought Uncle Rufong came to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven later. I didn't expect him to ascend to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Only 1 in 100 humans who ascend to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven can survive. Uncle Rufong is really lucky. The daughter of the Qilin clan's elder has taken a liking to Uncle Rufong. It seems like Uncle Rufong is really attractive. I wonder what Aunt Ro will think if she finds out about this. However, Aunt Ro is separated from Uncle Rufong? Little Gold paused for a moment before she instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. Sure enough, Duan Lingtian's expression had turned solemn. She hurriedly comforted him. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. Aunt Ro will definitely be saved. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at Little Gold and asked, Little Gold, how do I get to the Qilin clan? Although his father, Duan Rufong, was under house arrest, he was doing quite well. However, he still planned to bring his father away. As for the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder, it should not be a problem for her to ask Hualao to negotiate with him. After all, Hualao was supported by his master, the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. Hualao. Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao and told him about the Qilin clan's location. Hualao frowned slightly. The Qilin clan is different from ordinary heaven-grade forces. Although I've been with Lord Heavenly Emperor for some time, I rarely appear in public. The patriarch of the Qilin clan doesn't recognize me, let alone the Heavenly Emperor of the Wanshou Heaven. In fact, I haven't even met the Qilin clan's elder. I'll return to the solitary destructive heaven and ask Brother Meng Luo. He's been with Lord Heavenly Emperor for many years, so he should have met the Qilin clan before. After Hualao finished speaking, he asked Duan Lingtian to find a safe place to wait for him. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian left the Wanshou Heaven and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. The next day, when Duan Lingtian saw Elder Hu again, he was accompanied by Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who was extremely muscular and tough. Senior Meng Luo, I'll have to trouble you this time. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically. You're welcome, young master. Your matter is the Heavenly Emperor Palace's matter. Meng Luo grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. I've learned about the matter from Hualao. I've met the patriarch of the Qilin clan once, and I know a few elders of the Qilin clan. This time, I will follow you to the Qilin clan, young master, Meng Luo said. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Young master, there's one more thing. Meng Luo continued to say, while you were away, 2 little fellows from the dragon clan came to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. They called themselves Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai. I asked them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven until you return. Initially, I wanted to call them out, but they seemed to be in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't disturb them, Meng Luo said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected, Xiaohe and Xiaobai went to the solitary destructive heaven. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Little Gold had already started laughing. They're my younger siblings. Duan Lingtian cupped his fists at Meng Luo again. Thank you, Senior Meng Luo. You're welcome, young master. Since Meng Luo was here, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. After Little Gold returned to his little world, he, Meng Luo, and Hua Lao made their way to the Qilin clan's estate. Naturally, for the sake of efficiency, they found a transporting formation nearby and teleported to the Qilin clan's estate. Then, they made their way to the Qilin clan's estate. Young master, the Qilin clan's estate is right in front of us. Meng Luo led Duan, Lingtian, and Huolao to a vast and barren mountain range. They could vaguely see some greenery on the mountain range. Although this place looked desolate, as soon as Duan Lingtian approached, he could feel a wave of dense heaven and earth spirit energy assaulting his face, causing him to feel as though he was bathed in a spring breeze. There's an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein in the Qilin clan's estate. I can't believe there's an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein here. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Is it possible that the heavenly palace of the 10,000 beasts heaven is here as well? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Meng Luo. The heavenly palace of the 10,000 beasts heaven isn't here. Meng Luo shook his head and said, however, the Qilin clan is one of the few heaven-grade forces that owns an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein in the Devata realms. Although the dragons of the 10,000 beasts heaven used to own an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, it has long been depleted. An emperor-grade celestial crystal vein was a vein that could produce divine crystals. Naturally, there were very few divine crystals. Even then, the Devata realms had been passed down for a long time. For this reason, the number of divine crystals in the Devata realms had accumulated over time. I'm Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian and his two companions approached the Qilin clan's estate, they were stopped by a group of patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan. Meng Luo quickly introduced himself. So you're Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor. Meng Luo was famous in the Devata realms. Naturally, some of the patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan had heard of him before. For this reason, the patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan were much more respectful when they learned of his identity. Even if Meng Luo was just a human. However, in this world where the strong were respected, the strong had special privileges. Even the celestial beasts of the 10,000 beasts heaven had to respect the strong. End of chapter. Chapter 30, 389. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan, was one of the few people Meng Luo was familiar with in the Qilin clan. Both of them had fought side by side in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Both of them had saved each other's lives. Meng Luo, you've never taken the initiative to look for me before. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan, was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. His build was similar to Meng Luo's. When he saw Meng Luo, he punched Meng Luo's chest and laughed. Why did you come all of a sudden? Di Yunlong asked with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at the two people standing next to Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao from the corner of his eye. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Elder Hua, both of them were unfamiliar to Di Yunlong. What? Am I not welcome here? Meng Luo asked with a smile. Of course, you're welcome here, Di Yunlong replied. He and Meng Luo had gone through thick and thin together. Although they had not seen each other for many years, it did not change their friendship. Previously, when Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Azura hell, Di Yunlong had looked for Meng Luo and told him that he could come to the Qilin clan if the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a new master. Staying in the Qilin clan was not any worse than staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, with your personality, you wouldn't come looking for me for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter? Di Yunlong asked bluntly. I can't hide it from you. Meng Luo shook his head with a smile. Then he introduced Duan Lingtian to Di Yunlong. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor. Oh. Di Yunlong did not pay much attention to the two people standing next to Meng Luo. However, when he heard Meng Luo's introduction of Duan Lingtian, he was shocked. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is accepting true disciples? How surprising! A hint of admiration could be seen in Di Yunlong's eyes when he mentioned Feng Qingyang. Not only was Feng Qingyang a legend in the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also a legend in the other Devata realms due to his incredible speed and strength. Moreover, the current Feng Qingyang was suspected to have become a god. He had asked Meng Luo about this. Although Meng Luo did not answer him directly, he did not deny it either, which made him even more convinced. If Feng Qingyang were to visit the Qilin clan, not only would the Qilin clan receive him personally, but even the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven would also receive him personally. Even now, there were only a few heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who had become gods. Furthermore, this included those celestial emperors who had hidden their cultivation base to become gods. Among the heavenly emperors, even if they became gods, there were very few who publicized the matter of becoming gods. After all, heavenly emperors who had ascended to godhood were not allowed to continue sitting on the heavenly emperor's seat. This was a rule set by the title temple. Naturally, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms did not interact with the title temple. However, the title temple had a rule to monitor the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. Once a heavenly emperor ascended to godhood, he would have to step down and move to a realm of gods. Naturally, there were still a few heavenly emperors who remained as heavenly emperors even after ascending to godhood. And those heavenly emperors tended to have huge backers behind them. Even the title temple was wary of the powerful backer behind him. Let's take the Qilin clan, for example. Even if the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven in the Qilin clan had ascended to godhood, as long as he did not want to step down, the title temple would turn a blind eye to it. Moreover, the title temple seemed to have the backing of a supreme powerhouse. However, there was no doubt the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse. Young Master is Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realms. Lord Heavenly Emperor values him greatly. After Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Azura Hell, he even sent someone to look for young Master. Meng Luo said. Meng Luo's words made it clear that Duan Lingtian was highly regarded by Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, Meng Luo had intentionally revealed this to Di Yunlong, young master. When Di Yunlong looked at Duan Lingtian again, his expression changed slightly. His tone was much more polite now. I'm Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan. Duan Lingtian greets Senior Di Yunlong. Duan Lingtian did not become arrogant just because Di Yunlong was polite to him. After all, Di Yunlong was only polite because of Feng Qingyang. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had come here because he needed Di Yunlong's help. Young master, there's no need to stand on ceremony with this fellow, Meng Luo said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Oh, is there a reason you're looking for me, young master? A hint of confusion could be seen in Di Yunlong's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Senior, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he told Di Yunlong about the situation his father, Duan Rafeng, was in. I'm here to bring my father back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I wonder if it's convenient for you to help me with this, Senior? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As it turns out, he's your father, young master. Di Yunlong smiled wryly. Young palace master, I know what you're talking about. I also know the person who saved your father and put him under house arrest. Moreover, she's my niece, Di Wenyu. In the Qilin clan, Di Yunlong was Di Wenyu's biggest backer. Di Wenyu's parents had died in an accident a long time ago. Di Yunlong was the one who raised her. He treated her like his own daughter. Senior, she's your niece? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Never had he imagined that things would be so coincidental. It was really like the flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. Di Yunlong frowned as he said, It's easy to settle this matter, but it's also not easy to settle it. Di Yunlong furrowed his brows and said, In truth, I've already advised her about this matter. A melon picked forcefully isn't sweet. There are countless talented and intelligent men in Wanshou Heaven. Why must she choose a human? I even had the thought of killing that man, but I was stopped by my niece. Di Yunlong said awkwardly, "Of course, that's because I didn't know about your relationship with him. If I had known about your relationship with him, I would have sent him to the solitary destructive heaven as soon as he arrived." Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Duan Lingtian realized the woman from the Qilin clan had saved his father's life twice. "Young palace master, you can take your father away, but I hope that your father can do some mental work for my niece and let her understand that it's impossible for them to be together," Di Yunlong said. Di Yunlong wanted his niece to get together with Duan Lingtian's father. That way, his niece would be connected to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian did not like his niece at all, and he had no intention of being with her. Otherwise, why would his niece put him under house arrest? "I only hope that we can minimize the harm to that girl," Lin Mingya said. After Di Yunlong finished speaking, he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "I'll bring you to him. Meng Luo, wait for me here. I'll come back to catch up with you." After Di Yunlong finished speaking, he left with Duan Lingtian. Huilao and Meng Luo stayed behind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian met his father, Duan Rufeng, outside an independent mansion in the Qilin clan's estate. Duan Rufeng was as handsome as jade as before, and his entire body was filled with charm. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he had an even calmer temperament. "Tianer." Upon seeing Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng's eyes reddened. He hugged Duan Lingtian and remained silent for a long time. "Father." Duan Lingtian could feel Duan Rufeng's emotions. How could he not be emotional? He had not seen his father for 300 years. "Tian, is there any news about your mother?" Duan Rufeng asked. At this moment, the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Saint Province realm seemed like an ordinary person who missed his wife, Li Ro. "Father, apart from Si Ling and Tian Wu, you're the only one I've found." Duan Lingtian sighed. "Where's Si Ling?" Duan Rufeng asked. "She's in my small world. You can see her in there when we leave," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. At the same time, Di Yunlong stood near Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng. A young and beautiful woman stood next to him. She had a heroic look on her face. She had a beauty that was both tough and gentle. She was none other than Di Yunlong's niece, Di Wenyu, who was the one who had imprisoned Duan Rufeng. He really has a son? At this moment, Di Wenyu was a bit absent-minded because she had been telling herself that everything this man had told her was a lie. He did not have a wife. He did not have a son. Di Wenyu knew it might be true. However, she loved this man so much that she could only lie to herself. "Wenyu, you should let go when it's time to." Di Yunlong sighed. "You should talk to him. His son is not simple. He's the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You're a sensible child." As soon as Di Yunlong finished speaking, he left. There was no need for him to say anything else. The true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Di Wenyu's eyes widened when she heard Di Yunlong's words. She did not expect the son of the man she had imprisoned for many years would have such a background. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also told Duan Rufeng about the current situation. "Father, you should say goodbye to her. After all, she has saved your life twice. How can I not know this? I've always owed her a favor." Duan Rufeng sighed. "However, feelings can't be forced. Father's thoughts are all on your mother. Your mother's whereabouts are unknown. I just want to find her and reunite with her as soon as possible. She hasn't left my side since we reunited. Will she be able to take care of herself if she leaves me?" Duan Rufeng's words revealed his concern for Li Ro. Chapter 30, 390. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. Naturally, he was worried about his mother, Liro. However, based on the current situation, it was pointless to worry about her safety. He had to find his mother as soon as possible. "Father, you should bid farewell to her," Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rafeng. After listening to Duan Rufing's words, Duan Lingtian wanted to search the Devata realms for his mother, Liro, his wife, Li Fei, and his son as soon as possible. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned around and left. Before he left, he glanced at Di Wenyu. In terms of appearance, Di Wenyu was not inferior to his mother. Moreover, in the past, her status was unreachable to his father. Ordinary people would not reject her. Naturally, she might not be interested in ordinary people as well. After that, Duan Lingtian left his father and Di Wenyu alone. However, with Di Yunlong's interference, his current identity, and Meng Luo's presence, even if Di Wenyu was unwilling to let her father go, she had no choice but to do so. Di Yunlong would not allow her to offend the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a human man. After Duan Lingtian left, he returned to Hua Lao and Meng Luo's side. At this moment, Meng Luo and Di Yunlong were chatting happily about the time they spent together in the Nine Serenities battlefield. "Seniors, I heard the Nine Serenities battlefield is similar to the Purgatory battlefield." Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Meng Luo and Di Yunlong. "It's similar, but it's not that different." Di Yunlong said with a smile, "Unlike the Purgatory battlefield, there's no such place in the Nine Serenities battlefield. There's no illusory formation in the Nine Serenities battlefield." Duan Lingtian was stunned by Di Yunlong's words. "There's no illusory formation? Then how do we enter the secret realm?" According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the existence of the secret realms in the Purgatory battlefield were closely related to illusory formations. However, Di Yunlong was telling him that there were no illusory formations in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The secret realms in the Nine Serenities battlefield are all small independent realms. Di Yunlong smiled and said, "Moreover, they all have the same entrance. Of course, the immortal emperors who are qualified to enter the secret realm will also be guided to the entrance. The similarity between the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield lies in the military merit rankings. Of course, even the military merit rankings are very different. In the Purgatory battlefield, those who are ranked at the top are called commanders. In the Ninth Serenity battlefield, those whose strength can be ranked at the top are called war gods." War god? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. There are many celestial emperors in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, one has to be at least a titled celestial emperor to obtain the title of God of War. As everyone knows, there are differences in strength among titled celestial emperors as well. The weakest titled celestial emperor is only a 1-star war god in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The stronger titled celestial emperors can obtain the title of 2-star war god. The stronger titled celestial emperors can obtain the title of 3-star war god, and so on. Di Yunlong continued to explain. In the Devata realms, those who have the strength to become heavenly emperors are at least 7-star war gods. Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, "Senior, what about you and Senior Meng Luo?" "I've obtained the title of 6-star war god. With Meng Luo's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain the title of 6-star war god. However, it seems like he hasn't been in the realm battlefield for a long time." Di Yunlong smiled. After talking to Di Yunlong and Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian learned that titled celestial emperors were ranked according to their strength in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Moreover, in the Devata realms, titled celestial emperors who are familiar with the strength of a titled celestial emperor would usually mention the strength of a titled celestial emperor. The Qilin clan has 2 7-star war gods and an 8-star war god. An 8-star war god is also the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. As for the 7-star war gods, they are the patriarch and the supreme elder. Di Yunlong said, Your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, was already one of the strongest seven-star war gods before he was trapped in the Azura Hell. After that, he easily killed Qin Xiaobo, who was also a seven-star war god. Naturally, if he's already a god, the title of God of War would be meaningless to him. After all, even a nine-star war god might not be a match for him if he's already a god. God of War was only a title after all. It did not mean one was a true god. Di Yanlong's words seemed to have opened a door to a whole new world for Duan Lingtian. He did not know titled celestial emperors were so important. Hualao, what about you? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Hualao. After all, Elder Hua was much stronger than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. Previously, Yu Fengyu had been so frightened by Elder Hua that he did not dare to fight with Elder Hua. I have never been to the Nine Serenities battlefield. Hua Lao shook his head and said, however, in terms of strength, I'm considered one of the strongest five-star war gods. A five-star war god. He was stronger than a leader of an ordinary heaven-grade force. At this moment, Meng Luo said, Hualao, you're too humble. At this moment, Meng Luo spoke. With Elder Hua's strength, he can barely be considered a six-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. After a while, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the power structure of titled celestial emperors. For example, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, was an ordinary five-star war god. On the other hand, the profound heavens celestial emperor and the cold gloom celestial emperor were four-star war gods. His teacher, Su Lang, and Laying were three-star war gods. The martial dragon celestial emperor and the cloud platform celestial emperor were two-star war gods. The smoke wave celestial emperor was a one-star war god. So that's how it is. Among the five-star gods of war, Yu Fengyu's strength can only be considered average. Naturally, he can't be compared to Elder Hua, who obtained the six-star god of war title in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Tian'er. At this moment, a voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian saw his father, Duan Rafeng. Di Yunlong's niece, Di Wenyu, had personally brought him over. At this moment, Di Wenyu's complexion was much better than before. What did father say to her? She seems to have changed a lot. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled by Di Wenyu's reaction. One had to know that Di Wenyu's expression was not very good before, especially her eyes, which were filled with unwillingness. However, at this moment, her complexion was no longer as bad as before. Father. Duan Lingtian walked up to Duan Rafeng and was about to introduce Meng Luo and Hualao to his father. A sharp sound like a clap of thunder suddenly swept down from the horizon, like a series of thunderclaps, giving people a deafening feeling. Old man Di Hong, come out and fight me. Duan Lingtian, who was caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He only felt better after he circulated his celestial origin energy. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Di Yanlong said with a bitter smile on his face, "That monkey is here again. It seems like he's confident he can defeat the patriarch this time." Di Hong was the current patriarch of the Kirin clan. He was one of the strongest seven-star gods of war. Monkey? Based on his voice and tone. Don't tell me he's the heaven's equal celestial emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven? Elder Hua's pupils constricted as he asked in shock. Yes, it's Sun Wukong. Di Yunlong nodded. Then he asked curiously, Hualao, do you know him? We can be considered old acquaintances. However, I haven't seen him for many years. I didn't expect him to have grown so strong that he's capable of fighting the patriarch of the Kirin clan. Hualao said with a sigh. Di Hong, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, was one of the strongest seven-star gods of war. Even Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was no match for Di Hong, let alone Duan Lingtian. His battle with the patriarch ended in a draw 1,000 years ago. Di Yunlong's eyes glinted as he continued to say, "Now that he's here, it seems like he's confident in himself." Di Yunlong raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. Then he said to Duan Lingtian and the others, "The Patriarch has sent me a voice transmission. He wants me to observe his battle with the heaven's equal celestial emperor. Young Master Meng Luo Hualao, will all of you come with me to watch? It's rare to see a battle of this level," Di Yunlong said with a smile. As soon as Di Yunlong finished speaking, an old voice rang in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. "Heaven's equal celestial emperor, it seems like your strength has improved again in the past 1,000 years. Old man Di Hong, I, old son, am determined to win this time. After I defeat you, I'll look for Heavenly Emperor Di Huang for a battle." A sharp voice rang in the air. Di Hong and Di Huang's conversation was so loud that it shocked the entire Kirin clan. "Of course, we'll go and watch." Meng Luo's eyes lit up when he heard Di Yunlong's invitation. "It seems like we're in luck. I'm curious to see how much the monkey has grown after all these years." A hint of anticipation could be seen in Hua Lao's eyes as well. Monkey? Heaven's equal celestial emperor? Sun Wukong? Duan Lingtian was so stunned that he did not even react when Di Yunlong asked him if he wanted to watch the battle. He only regained his senses when Hua Lao and Duan Rafang called out to him. "I'll go. I have to go," Duan Lingtian said instinctively. What a joke! That was Sun Wukong. He was a legendary figure in the ancient myths and legends that he had heard about in his previous life. Moreover, he was the most popular figure in Hua. Di Hong, the leader of the Kirin clan, is one of the best among the 7-star gods of war. 1,000 years ago, he was able to fight Di Hong to a draw. Duan Lingtian was shocked. If the monkey could really defeat Di Hong this time, it would mean that his strength was close to that of an 8-star war god, even if he had not reached that level yet. End of chapter. Chapter 30, 391. Although Duan Lingtian had many people by his side, he still had Feng Tianwu, Duan Siling, and Little Gold in his little world. However, at this moment, no one could understand how he felt. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? Was he going to meet Sun Wukong soon? In his past life, Sun Wukong was a legendary figure to him. He did not even think Sun Wukong existed. It was not until he met Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, that he learned the truth. As it turned out, not all of the ancient legends in his past life were fake. Most of them were true, especially those legendary figures who had existed on Earth for a long time. Of course, at that time, Earth was not called Earth, but Planet Yanhuang. Second Elder, if the patriarch of your clan and Sun Wukong are going to fight, they'll fight in the Qilin realm, right? Hua Lao asked curiously. He was standing behind Di Yunlong with Duan Lingtian and Meng Luo. Of course. Di Yunlong nodded. If they fight near the Qilin clan's estate, won't they destroy the Qilin clan's estate? Most titled celestial emperors would stop when they fought. Even if they did not go all out, they could tell whether they were a match for their opponent. However, in the battle between Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, and Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, they would not hold back at all. Under such circumstances, the battle between the two was bound to be earth-shattering. Even the surrounding environment would be greatly affected. The Qilin realm? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. The Qilin realm is an independent realm that belongs to the Qilin clan. It's said that it was created by the supreme powerhouse of the Qilin clan. Hua Lao whispered to Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Qilin clan. Di Yunlong smiled. Clearly, Hua Lao was telling the truth. Since we're both celestial beasts, I've paid attention to them in the past. When Hua Lao spoke again, there was a hint of anticipation and yearning in his eyes. Now, apart from him, Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and his father Duan Rufeng. Duan Lingtian's group included Di Yunlong and Di Wenyu. Di Wenyu's mood was much better now. "Father, how did you solve it?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Duan Rufeng. He was very curious about what his father had done to make Di Wenyu seem like a completely different person. "Solve what?" Duan Rufeng did not react in time. "Di Wenyu," Duan Lingtian reminded. "You mean her?" Duan Rufeng said as realization dawned on him. "I told her I wanted to go with you to look for your mother." Then she understood. That simple? Although Duan Rufeng's words sounded simple, Duan Lingtian did not believe them. He felt things were not as simple as they seemed. It was not difficult for him to see Di Wenyu's fondness for his father. It was impossible for him to brush her off so easily. However, Duan Lingtian could tell his father had no intention of telling him anything. Therefore, he did not press the matter. "Father, you're a celestial lord now?" Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to his father before this. However, when he noticed his father was now a celestial lord, he discovered his father was now a celestial lord. Moreover, he was not a one basic celestial lord, but a 3 talents celestial lord. The cultivation environment in the Qilin clan is not bad. Duan Rufeng said. Moreover, she took care of me. I didn't want her to take care of me, but she acted as though she would destroy those things if I didn't accept them. Duan Rufeng sighed when he finished speaking. His voice was filled with guilt. "It seems like Auntie when you treats my father well." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, he knew what Di Wenyu had given Duan Rufeng. She must have given him some celestial pills and spirit fruits that were beneficial to his father's cultivation. Based on this, he knew Di Wenyu must have given him something good. Duan Lingtian did not expect his father would not suffer in the Qilin clan. Instead, his father would benefit greatly from the Qilin clan. It was no wonder his father was now a 3 talents celestial lord. When Duan Lingtian reunited with Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling, he learned that his family and friends had benefited from the calamity in the divine offering land. After being baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their innate talents had undergone a complete transformation. When he met Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling again, both of them were celestial kings. If Duan Rufeng was a celestial king, Duan Lingtian would not be surprised. However, now that Duan Rufeng was a celestial lord, he could not help but pay more attention to this matter. Second Elder. When Di Yunlong brought Duan Lingtian and the others to a stone forest in the Qilin clan's estate, many people had already arrived. At the same time, many people were still making their way over. Anyone who saw Di Yunlong would take the initiative to greet him. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor? At the same time, a few people recognized Meng Luo and took the initiative to greet him. Meng Luo responded to them with a smile. These people were Meng Luo's old acquaintances from the Qilin clan. Whether it was those who had arrived in the stone forest or those who were gathering from all directions, they were all members of the Qilin clan. Naturally, there were also some who did not have the bloodline of the Qilin clan. However, these people were the family members and friends of the Qilin clan. Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, fought the patriarch 1,000 years ago. Both of them were evenly matched. I'm sure he's confident in his strength now that he's making a comeback. The voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It belonged to a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. When he passed by Duan Lingtian and the others, he greeted Di Yunlong with a smile. Second Elder, you're here as well? Fourth Elder. Di Yunlong replied with a smile. I've just arrived. Who are these people? The middle-aged man, the 4th elder of the Qilin clan, looked at Duan Lingtian and the others curiously. He only knew Di Wenyu among the people around Di Yunlong. As for Duan Rufeng, he had only heard of him but had never seen him in person. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Di Yunlong introduced Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian before he said to Duan Lingtian, "Young master, this is Di Jia, the fourth elder of the Qilin clan." "Elder Di Jia." Duan Lingtian looked at Di Jia and greeted him with a smile. "The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Di Jia's eyes widened in shock. Although he found it hard to believe, he knew the second elder would not lie to him. He quickly bowed and said, "Young master." "I'm so ignorant. I didn't know you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." A hint of confusion could be heard in Di Jia's voice. "This is Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor, a good friend of mine." Di Yunlong continued to introduce Meng Luo to Di Jia. Although Di Jia did not know Duan Lingtian was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was familiar with Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. "You're the heavenly savage celestial emperor?" Di Jia's eyes lit up as he looked at Meng Luo. "I've heard about you from the second elder many times. Why don't we have a spar after the battle between our sect leader and the heaven's equal celestial emperor?" It was obvious Di Jia was a fighter as well. "Sure." Meng Luo nodded. As the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he was not afraid of battles. In fact, before he joined Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was famous for being undefeated in 100 battles in the solitary destructive heaven. He had challenged more than 100 titled celestial emperors in a row and either defeated them or came to a draw with them. After that, Meng Luo became famous in the solitary destructive heaven. After all, he had challenged almost every corner of the solitary destructive heaven. "Let's go in first. The sect leader can wait for us, but the heaven's equal celestial emperor isn't a patient person." Di Yunlong said, 1,000 years ago, Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, had come to the Qilin clan to challenge Di Hong. After that, Di Hong had summoned the celestial emperors from the Qilin clan to watch the battle. Many celestial emperors had gained enlightenment after the battle. Some of them had even obtained titles from the Title Temple and became titled celestial emperors. That's the transportation formation that leads to the Qilin realm. The Qilin realm was an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Although it was not as strong as a realm of gods, it was not inferior to a Devata realm. Naturally, compared to a Devata realm, the Qilin realm's biggest advantage was that it was not as big as a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian and the others followed Di Yunlong and Di Jia to the transportation formation and left the Qilin clan's estate. In fact, they had left the 10,000 beasts heaven. When the light shone in front of them, Duan Lingtian discovered he was in a vast starry sky. He could see stars everywhere. Are those stars that look like the sun? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by a particularly bright star. It's a mundane realm like the Yanhuang realm. However, the Yanhuang realm's sturdiness is far inferior to this realm. Although Duan Lingtian did not accumulate his energy in this realm, he could still feel the sturdiness of the ground. "Let's go over there." Under Di Yunlong and Di Jia's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others quickly met up with the members of the Qilin clan. At this very moment, the members of the Qilin clan were standing in the distance, gazing at the two figures standing in front of them from afar. One of them was a tall and sturdy old man with white hair and eyebrows who was dressed in a dark, golden robe. Standing opposite the old man was a slim and handsome man with a pair of long legs who was dressed in a t-shirt and beach shorts. The handsome man had a buzz cut and wore a pair of oversized sunglasses. Smack! The handsome man raised his hand, and a streak of light shot into his mouth before he began to chew. Duan Lingtian was confused when he saw the box of green arrow gum in the handsome man's hand. Was this Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor? Wasn't Sun Wukong supposed to be a monkey? Why was he dressed like a young man from Earth? Was Sun Wukong so fashionable? Chapter 30, 392. Old man Di Hong, can we begin? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a handsome man dressed like a young man from Earth asked impatiently as he reached out to take off his sunglasses. It's about time. After confirming that most of the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were present, he nodded at the handsome young man and said, "Heaven's equal celestial emperor, please." Almost as soon as Di Hong finished speaking, the handsome man raised his hand, and a black iron rod with a golden hoop on each end appeared in his hand. This is the Rui Jingu Bang? When Duan Lingtian saw the Jingu Bang in the handsome man's hand, he confirmed his identity. He was the heaven's equal immortal emperor, Sun Wukong. Just now, although he guessed that the other party was Sun Wukong, he didn't dare to be completely sure. The main reason was that the other party's attire was too different from the image of Sun Wukong in the ancient myths and legends in his memory. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that Sun Wukong usually transformed into his human form, so whatever he wore was normal. This outfit was the outfit of a modern youth on Earth. It was obvious that Sun Wukong had been to Earth recently. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to wear such an outfit. Moreover, he was certain that Sun Wukong should have gone to Earth in the last few hundred years, because this outfit had become popular during the era of his previous life. To this day, it might still be popular, or it might have been replaced by other costumes. Meng Luo, this should be your first time meeting the heaven's equal immortal emperor, right? Di Yunlong smiled and asked Meng Luo. Yes. Meng Luo nodded as he looked at the handsome man with the buzz cut who was holding the Rui Jingu Bang. I've heard of the heaven's equal celestial emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven, but I've never had the chance to meet him. He is my target, Meng Luo said. Haha, this heaven's equal celestial emperor is a combative person. This is exactly the same as you. Di Yinlong shook his head and smiled. It's a pity that your current strength is much weaker than his. Otherwise, your battle will definitely be very exciting. He had heard about how Meng Luo had challenged titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven and made a name for himself. That day will come, Meng Luo said with a firm and confident gaze. Hualao, do you think Senior Meng Luo has a chance of catching up to Sun Wukong? Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao and asked curiously. He was also paying close attention to the conversation between Meng Luo and Di Yunlong. Difficult. Hualao shook his head and replied via voice transmission that Sun Wukong won't be as old as Meng Luo. Meng Luo's talent is inferior to his. In addition, this monkey is also someone who had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. According to rumors, there might be a god behind him. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary god. Hualao said, Gods? Duan Lingtian naturally knew that the gods mentioned by Hualao were existences above the 10 directions celestial emperors. Moreover, the strength of the gods was also divided into different grades. Those who had just become gods were the weakest gods. Naturally, even the weakest gods were not existences that celestial emperors could contend with. Even a god who had not comprehended the fused profundities could easily kill a 10 directions celestial emperor who had comprehended multiple fused profundities. The difference between the strength of a god and a celestial was like the difference between heaven and earth. The heaven's equal celestial emperor has come with ill intentions. I wonder if the patriarch is a match for him. We have to have faith in the patriarch. Although we have faith in the patriarch, the heaven's equal celestial emperor's growth is too fast. In fact, it's said that he's only a fraction of the patriarch's age. Many titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan spoke to Duan Lingtian. Most of them had high hopes for Sun Wukong. However, none of them dared to say that they thought the patriarch would lose. After all, Sun Wukong was the leader of the Qilin clan. Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, is one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. Duan Lingtian looked at Di Hong, who was standing opposite Sun Wukong. He could not help but ask Di Yunlong, Senior Di Yunlong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, is one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. He should be stronger than some of the weaker heavenly emperors, right? Although Duan Lingtian's question came as a surprise, Di Yunlong quickly replied, "No matter how weak a heavenly emperor is, he's not an ordinary person. Since he's able to become a heavenly emperor, he has to be capable and capable. Indeed, the patriarch is slightly stronger than some of the heavenly emperors, but not by much. However, he might not be able to snatch the position of heavenly emperor from those heavenly emperors unless he has the help of the Qilin clan. However, the title temple won't allow the Qilin clan to have 2 heavenly emperors." Di Yunlong said, "The title temple again." Duan Lingtian frowned. Previously, he had heard that the title temple would not allow heavenly emperors to continue to occupy the position of heavenly emperor after they had become gods. However, the title temple would not allow the Qilin clan to have 2 heavenly emperors? Is the Qilin clan afraid of the title temple? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, the Qilin clan isn't afraid of the title temple. However, there are some rules that the title temple has to abide by. I wonder if you've heard of any supreme powerhouses, young master? Di Yunlong asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's said that there's a supreme powerhouse in the Qilin clan. That's right. Di Yunlong nodded. Our Qilin clan has a supreme powerhouse, and there's also a supreme powerhouse behind the title temple. However, the title temple has to abide by some rules. For example, the Celestial Beast clan can't have 2 heavenly emperors. This is a rule set by many supreme powerhouses. Even the supreme powerhouses in our Qilin clan have to abide by this rule. This rule is different from the title temple's rule of not allowing heavenly emperors who have become gods to stay in the Devata realms. It's a rule set by the title temple so that all the gods in the Devata realms can head to the realms of gods instead of staying in the Devata realms. Di Yunlong's words cleared Duan Lingtian's doubts. In the Devata realms, there's only one clan that's not restricted by the number of heavenly emperors. The human clan's potential is the most mediocre among all the clans. However, it's precisely because of this mediocre clan that there are many extraordinary people. Among the many utmost powerful beings, half of them are humans. Perhaps this is why the number of heavenly emperors in the human clan isn't restricted. Duan Lingtian learned a lot from Di Yunlong's words. The patriarch is about to make a move. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Di Yunlong's ears, causing them to snap back to their senses. They stopped talking and focused on the starry sky in the distance. In the distant starry sky, Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, was holding a fiery, red, exquisite hill in his hand. Flames burned brightly on the exquisite hill as though they would never be extinguished. Is that a Devata artifact? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he instinctively asked Huang, the sword soul of the 7 orifices, exquisite sword. Master, it's a primitive Devata artifact with a soul, Huang replied. Master. Upon hearing Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then he instinctively looked at the Rui Jingu Bang in Sun Wukong's hand. If he was not mistaken, the Rui Jingu Bang was the Rui Jingu Bang. The Rui Jingu Bang in Sun Wukong's hand was a top emperor-grade celestial weapon on par with the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Heaven's equal celestial emperor. At this moment, Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, said, Back then, when we fought, I used a celestial artifact similar to the one in your hand. At that time, I didn't want to take advantage of you. Now that you've challenged me again after 1,000 years, I'm sure you came prepared. I'm certain I won't be a match for you if I use my celestial artifact. For this reason, I plan to use the Qilin clan's Devata artifact, the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Naturally, if you think I'm taking advantage of you, I won't use the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Duan Lingtian could not help but nod inwardly when he heard Di Hong's words. The patriarch of the Qilin clan was a true gentleman. On the other hand, the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were not surprised by Di Hong's words at all. I hope the heaven's equal celestial emperor agrees to let the patriarch use the flaming spirit mountain. Otherwise, I'm afraid the outcome will be bleak. The patriarch can unleash the full power of the flaming spirit mountain. The heaven's equal celestial emperor won't be able to defeat the flaming spirit mountain without a Devata artifact. I wonder if the heaven's equal celestial emperor will agree to it. The titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan instinctively looked at Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong could not help but laugh loudly. Ha! Old man Di Hong, back then, old Sun, asked you to use your Qilin clan's divine artifact to fight me, but you said you were unwilling to take advantage of me. Actually, if you had defeated me with a divine artifact back then, I would have been happier than if it had ended in a draw. To me, losing is a good thing. It allows me to know where I'm lacking and gives me the motivation to move forward. Go ahead and use the flaming spirit mountain. I'd like to see how much strength you've held back in the past. Sun Wukong's character was just like what Duan Lingtian remembered from the legends. He was not afraid of heaven or earth. You want to use your Devata artifact? Sure, let's fight. In that case, you'd better be careful. Heaven's equal celestial emperor. Di Hong nodded. Flames surged out of his body like a prairie fire. In just a blink of an eye, the flames spread in the starry sky and incinerated a few nearby planets. In just a blink of an eye, the planets that were still floating in the starry sky were reduced to ashes. Swoosh! Swoosh! Flames surged out of Di Hong's body in the starry sky, forming flaming passageways. At the same time, Di Hong's figure disappeared into thin air. The gorgeous and magnificent scene before his eyes constantly assaulted Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was like a visual feast. Chapter 30, 393. They had not even exchanged blows. The power of Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, had already incinerated several small planets in this astral plane into ashes. Looking at how terrifying his power was, even if those planets were slightly larger, they would not be spared. What a powerful law of fire! Duan Lingtian was shocked by Di Hong's strength. This was the strongest law of fire he had ever seen. The combination of 3 profundities made Di Hong much stronger than the 10 directions, celestial emperors who only knew how to fuse 3 profundities. Di Hong was indeed one of the best among the 7 star gods of war. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Hua Lao and Meng Luo's eyes were also filled with excitement. This was especially true for Elder Hua, who had comprehended the law of fire. When Di Hong had made his move, his attention had been completely focused on Di Hong. He could feel how rare Di Hong's means were for someone who had comprehended the law of fire. Good timing! It was Sun Wukong, who shouted excitedly after Di Hong made his move. Boom! Rumble! The paths of flames that blossomed in the starry sky seemed to illuminate the entire starry sky. From afar, they looked like fiery red ribbons that were flying towards Sun Wukong from all directions and angles. It was as though countless fiery red pythons were flying towards Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong calmly gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly. He lifted his hand, and the Rui Jingu Bang jerked violently before he threw it out. Who? When the Rui Jingu Bang was thrown out, it was covered in a dark, gray, destructive energy. However, it did not seem conspicuous in the starry sky. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it clearly. It was a great contrast to the fiery red energy. However, when the Rui Jingu Bang collided with the fiery energy that was flying towards Sun Wukong, Duan Lingtian and the others realized that the destructive energy was not to be underestimated. Bang! Sun Wukong and Di Hong's battle was about to begin. The Rui Jingu Bang smashed into one of the fiery attacks, shattering it. That's right, they were crushed. The power that was full of destructive aura instantly shattered the entire flame attack, causing the flames to blossom in the starry sky like countless dazzling fireworks. Bang! 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 Duan Lingtian and the others felt their eardrums vibrate when they saw Sun Wukong standing motionlessly on the spot. With just a swing of his staff, he destroyed Di Hong's first attack. The loud sound waves came from afar, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. Most of the titled celestial emperors present on the scene were titled celestial emperors. Their cultivation bases were much higher than Duan Lingtian's, so they were not affected as much as Duan Lingtian. Old Man Di Hong, use your Qilin clan's divine artifact. When the Rui Jingu Bang returned to Sun Wukong's hands, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up and turned into two golden flames, following which, two rays of light shot out from the golden flames and into the distant starry sky. A rapidly moving figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. This is the fiery eyes of gold. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He didn't expect the ancient legends on Earth to be true. Sun Wukong really did have fiery golden eyes. Moreover, he could see that Sun Wukong's fiery eyes of gold and fire did not contain the profound meaning of laws. Judging from his attack just now, he had comprehended the law of destruction. The moment he attacked, his momentum was so great that it seemed like all living things would be destroyed by his attack. Di Hong's voice rang in the air. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you're much stronger than you were 1,000 years ago. It seems like I won't be able to defeat you even if I use my divine weapon. Di Hong's tone was solemn, but more than that he was lamenting. The eyes of the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan widened when they heard Di Hong's words. Based on my understanding of the patriarch, I'm sure he's right. Di Yunlong smiled bitterly. Meanwhile, the other titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were discussing among themselves as well. Many of them had similar thoughts as Di Yunlong. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the distant starry sky. A gigantic flaming mountain appeared above Sun Wukong's head. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on Sun Wukong. Wherever it passed, the airflow in the starry sky trembled and was pushed back. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The streams of air that shot out landed on the planets in the distance, piercing through them in the blink of an eye. The planets that were intact a moment ago were riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Boom! Rumble! Duan Lingtian and the others watched as the flaming mountain fell from the sky. A figure stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked carefree, but a hint of solemnity could be seen on his face. It was none other than Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan. The mountain beneath his feet was the flaming spirit mountain. Haha, good, good. Today, let my Rui Jingu Bang have a taste of the Qilin clan's divine weapon. Sun Wukong laughed. Then the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand began to grow larger and larger. The scenes that Duan Lingtian had only seen in TV shows, movies, and cartoons appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian's eyes and heart were filled with shock. The Rui Jingu Bang continued to grow in size and length. In the end, it seemed to be staring at the other side of the starry sky. The other end of the Rui Jingu Bang smashed towards the giant mountain that was descending from the sky. However, the Rui Jingu Bang did not collide with the gigantic mountain. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, Sun Wukong's body also swelled up. In the blink of an eye, his attire of a modern youth from Earth no longer existed. Instead, he had turned into a muscular monkey. His mane flickered with a brilliant golden color under the contrast of the flames. Sun Wukong finally revealed his true form. His true form was clad in golden red armor with two long whiskers on top of his head. He looked exactly like the great sage, heaven's equal. The clothes he was wearing were either not ordinary, or they were illusions that could grow as his body grew. Old second brother Dihong, take this! At the same time, Sun Wukong's entire body transformed into a Titan giant ape. His hands shook violently, and the Rui Jingu Bang, which had become like a pillar that supported the heavens, reversed in the starry sky. He lifted it up violently and smashed it towards the flaming spirit mountain that was descending from the sky. Boom! Rumble! The Rui Jingu Bang that looked like a pillar that could hold up the sky was extremely powerful. Wherever it passed, all the planets that came into contact with it, no matter how big or small they were smashed into pieces. The terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy everything. The scene before him made Duan Lingtian's blood boil. Sun Wukong was indeed his idol when he was on Earth in his previous life. That unruly look in his eyes, that invincible figure, that Rui Jingu Bang that could penetrate the heavens and the earth, and those scenes that only existed in myths and legends, were all displayed before his eyes. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Rui Jingu Bang smashed heavily on the flaming spirit mountain, causing the flames on the mountain to burst into beautiful sparks. As the sparks roared, countless sparks of fire scattered across the starry sky like specks of red dust. In the next moment, the flaming spirit mountain tilted to one side as if Mount Bujo had collapsed. Roar! Just as Dihong was at a disadvantage with the help of his divine weapon, an earth-shattering roar reverberated in the starry sky. Then a gigantic fire Qilin appeared and hovered in the starry sky, blocking the crumbling, flaming spirit mountain. The fire Qilin was so huge that it was terrifying. Its eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you're much stronger than you were 1,000 years ago. It seems like you've had some fortuitous encounters in the past 1,000 years. The fire Qilin opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Old man Dihong, if I wasn't confident, why would I look for you? Come, let's continue. Sun Wukong said with a smile, sometimes I really envy you. You're free and can do whatever you want. Moreover, you'll have a higher chance of encountering fortuitous encounters when you're out in the world. The fire Qilin sighed. Its voice was filled with envy. However, the flames on its body surged again. It opened its mouth and sucked the shrunken flaming spirit mountain into its stomach. When it spat it out again, the flaming spirit mountain seemed to have turned into a fiery red meteor from outer space as it flew toward Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hand again, and the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand reverted to its original size. Then he hit the flaming spirit mountain as though he was hitting a baseball. However, at the same time, his body was also struck by an extremely frightening power. He was sent flying far away, and as he was sent flying, he smashed through several planets, causing those planets to shatter. Not a single complete piece could be found. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw this. If they fight near Yanhuang realm, I'm afraid Earth will be destroyed as well. They're too powerful. Although Duan Lingtian was confident that he was strong with the 5 divine elements, he was still lacking compared to Sun Wukong and Dihong. If he fought with either of them, he would not be a match for them even if he did not hold back. Moreover, he could not use his trump cards as he wished. If he exposed them, he would become a target for everyone. Awesome. Awesome. Just when Duan Lingtian thought Sun Wukong was severely injured, Sun Wukong's voice rang in the air again. At the same time, a golden figure appeared. Chapter 30, 394. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian, Duan Rafeng, Mengluo, and Huolao, as well as the people from the Kirin clan, the battle between the gigantic fire Qilin and the gigantic golden ape became more and more intense. In the end, they were no longer constrained by the current battlefield and went further and further away from the battlefield. Wherever they passed, planets would shatter one after another. It was a feast for the eyes, as if they would never stop. Bang! Soon after, the battle between Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, and Di Hong, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, ended. Di Hong's true form faded away, revealing his human form. Sun Wukong's gigantic body reverted to his normal size, but he remained in his ape form. Usually, he maintained his ape form and dressed like a human or a dog. Occasionally, he would transform into his human form when he felt like it. I've lost. Di Hong sighed. I didn't expect heaven's equal celestial emperor's strength to improve so much in just 1,000 years. In the end, Di Hong was at a disadvantage. If the battle had continued, there was no doubt he would have died. Even if he died, he could still injure heaven's equal celestial emperor before he died. Old man Di Hong, I've underestimated you. Sun Wukong glared at Di Hong and said in a deep voice, I thought I'd be able to defeat you easily even if you used your divine artifact. I didn't expect you to improve so much in just 1,000 years. Sun Wukong said. Both Di Hong and Sun Wukong were surprised by the outcome of the battle. My improvement is nothing compared to your improvement, heaven's equal celestial emperor. Di Hong sighed. I really hope that one day I'll be able to step down from my position as the patriarch of the Kirin clan and live a carefree life like you. A hint of envy could be heard in Di Hong's voice. You are envious of me being free and unfettered. Although I am not envious of you being the clan leader of the Qilin clan, you are the envy of countless people. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, Let's not talk about anything else. If you wanted to kill me, you could have asked the titled celestial emperors of the Kirin clan to join forces with you. At that time, I would have died. Old man Di Hong, how are you compared to the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven? Sun Wukong's expression turned solemn. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's question, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was curious about the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven from the Kirin clan. After all, Di Hong's heavenly emperor was the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. I won't be able to last 3 rounds against him. Di Hong's gaze as he spoke. Heavenly empresses, heaven's celestial emperors, he said, Duan heavenly celestial heavenly heavens was, as he heavenly dragon, heavenly heavens, celestial, heavenly emperor, heavenly heaven. 3 rounds you? Sun Wukong's eyes widened when he heard Di Hong's words. He muttered to himself, Is an 8-star god of war so powerful? Although Sun Wukong was muttering to himself, Di Hong clearly heard his words. Of course, ordinary 8-star gods of war aren't that powerful. However, that clan brother of mine is no ordinary 8-star god of war. Based on the strength you've displayed earlier, I'm afraid no one below the 8-star god of war would be able to defeat you in the Devata realms. I'm afraid only a handful of people would be able to tie with you. Di Hong had a high opinion of Sun Wukong. It seems like I'll have to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield to obtain the strength of an 8-star god of war as soon as possible. Sun Wukong's eyes glowed brightly when he heard Di Hong's words. His battle intent surged as well. Old man Di Hong, this battle ends here. I saw an acquaintance, so I'll leave after I greeted him. The next time I come to the Qilin clan, I'll challenge the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he flew toward Duan Lingtian under Duan Lingtian's gaze. In just a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong was standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew Sun Wukong was not here for him. 3-legged golden crow, it's really you. Sun Wukong looked at Hualao and smiled faintly. I thought I mistook you for someone else. Great sage, is there a second 3-legged golden crow in this world? Hualao smiled dryly. Both of us are from Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm. It's difficult for others to sense our auras, but we can sense each other's auras. When the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda disappeared, I thought I'd never see you again. I didn't expect you to appear before me and leave the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Sun Wukong said, I didn't leave the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Hua Lao shook his head. Now, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor, I've taken the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda as my own. That's your good fortune. Sun Wukong nodded. Who's the Heavenly Emperor you're talking about? As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, his eyes blazed with battle intent. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Hua Lao replied, Feng Qingyang? Sun Wukong could no longer maintain his composure when he heard Hua Lao's words. His eyes widened slightly as he said, It's him. I heard he has ascended to godhood? Hua Lao only smiled faintly and did not answer Sun Wukong's question. It seems like you've profited from your misfortune. Sun Wukong smiled. I'll visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the future. However, I'll challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, great saint. Hua Lao sighed. Lord Heavenly Emperor is different from the other Heavenly Emperors. Not only is he the youngest Heavenly Emperor in the Devata realms, but his cultivation time is also the shortest. In terms of cultivation time, his cultivation time is even shorter than yours. Hua Lao said. Duan Lingtian did not think much of Hua Lao's words. After all, when he was still in the Saint Province realm, he had heard from Hua Lao that Sun Wukong's era in Journey to the West was set in the Tang Dynasty. However, it was only a fictional era. Sun Wukong's era could be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. In the past, tens of thousands of years was nothing to the celestials in the Devata realms. Are you saying I won't be able to catch up to him in my lifetime? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, and his fighting spirit soared. To me, the more you act like this, the more challenging it is. Retreating without a fight is not my style. In that case, I'll wait and see. Hua Lao nodded with a smile on his face. When Sun Wukong was about to leave, Hua Lao introduced Meng Luo and Duan Lingtian to him. Great Saint, this is Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, Celestial Emperor. He's the strongest titled Celestial Emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly savage, Celestial Emperor? Sun Wukong looked at Meng Luo with a faint smile on his face. I've heard of you. You're famous for your battles. You're just like me. I hope we'll have a chance to spar in the future. Sun Wukong said. We will. Meng Luo's eyes were filled with determination. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He's from the same hometown as us. Hua Lao continued to introduce Duan Lingtian to Sun Wukong. You're from the same hometown as us? Sun Wukong looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You're from Yan Huang realm as well? I'm from Yan Huang realm. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. I left Yan Huang realm about 300 years ago. 300 years ago. Sun Wukong smiled. What a coincidence. I went back 300 years ago. You're from that era? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Most people from your era have given up on cultivation. I didn't see many people who had a foundation in cultivation. Even those who had a foundation in cultivation were weak. It seems like you left Yan Huang realm before I arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed you. Sun Wukong said. In Sun Wukong's opinion, Duan Lingtian must have cultivated to a certain extent when he was on Yan Huang realm 300 years ago. Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew Sun Wukong would not have noticed him even if he was on Earth when Sun Wukong went to Yan Huang realm. After all, he was just an ordinary person in Sun Wukong's eyes at that time. How old are you now? What's your cultivation base? Sun Wukong asked again. I'm about 300 years old. I've just become a one basic celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian's words made Sun Wukong's expression freeze. Hu Lao, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face because he already knew this. A one basic celestial emperor at the age of 300? At this moment, even Di Yunlong and Di Wenyu could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so young. After a moment, Sun Wukong looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Then, without any warning, a powerful oppressive force stretched out from his body and fell on Duan Lingtian. "Young master, be careful." Meng Luo's expression changed drastically. However, it was too late to help. Elder Hu narrowed his eyes slightly, but he calmed down in just a blink of an eye. He knew Sun Wukong was just testing Duan Lingtian. At the same time, spatial energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. Apart from the space elemental profundity and the fundamental profundity of the law of space, 8 other profundities at the mastery stage, including the fusion profundity of the law of space. Although it was only the fusion of 2 profundities, there were several combinations. A one basic celestial emperor at the age of 300 who has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. 2 profundities have fused together, and he has mastered 4 combinations. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "You're Duan Lingtian, right? Are you interested in following me to cultivate?" Sun Wukong asked. Without a doubt, he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. End of chapter. Chapter 30, 395. Sun Wukong wants to take me in as his disciple? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. However, when he regained his senses, he quickly shook his head and rejected Sun Wukong's offer. "Thank you for your kindness, great sage, but I already have a master. In fact, it's all thanks to my master that I'm where I am today." If it were not for the legacy Feng Qingyang had left behind in the Saint Province realm, he would not have been able to establish such a strong foundation in the mundane realm. Without those foundations, it was only natural that he would not be where he was today. "Your master?" Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. "Who is he?" "Great sage, the young master's master is, naturally, the master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven," Hu Lao said with a bitter smile on his face. "You're the disciple of the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang?" Sun Wukong finally understood. He looked at Duan Lingtian reluctantly and said, "What a pity! It's rare to meet such a good seedling. Moreover, he's from planet Yanhuang just like me. Alas, the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is ahead of him." As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he turned into a streak of golden light and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. Sun Wukong came and left in a hurry. In just a blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. After Sun Wukong left, the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan also left the Qilin realm. However, before they left, they instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian again. Feng Qingyang's disciple, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? I didn't expect the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang to have a disciple. I heard he has never officially accepted a disciple. He only has a few in-name disciples. The heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is said to have attained godhood. Based on the heaven's equal celestial emperor's swift departure, it's very likely that the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang has attained godhood. That's right. The heaven's equal immortal emperor is a fearless lord. If celestial emperor Feng Qingyang had not become a god, he would have been able to abduct this little fellow even if he had to pierce through the heavens. The fact that he didn't kidnap him means that he is also very afraid of heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by the words of the group of titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan. That Sun Wukong was so valiant. "I'm Di Hong, the clan leader of the Qilin clan. Greetings, young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect your father to be in the Qilin clan." At this time, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, Di Hong, had also arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Kirin clan, was standing beside him. According to what Di Hong had said, it was obvious that Di Yunlong had told him that Duan Lingtian had come to the Kirin clan. "You're too kind, clan leader Di Hong." Duan Lingtian, who had witnessed Di Hong's strength, felt flattered when he saw Di Hong, one of the strongest 7-star gods of war, acting so courteously in front of him. Whether it was Di Hong or Sun Wukong, Di Hong's strength was second only to Yun Qinyan from the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. "Young master, it's rare for you to come to the Kirin clan. Why don't you stay for a while so that I can be a good host?" Di Hong said with a smile. Duan Lingtian shook his head and declined. "I appreciate your kindness, clan leader Di Hong. However, I still have many things to do. Most importantly, I have to look for my mother. I can't afford any delays. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely visit the Kirin clan." "That's a pity." Di Hong sighed. Then he looked at Di Yunlong, who was standing next to him, and said, "Second elder, please treat young master well and personally send him off." "Yes, clan leader." Di Yunlong nodded. After Di Hong left, Di Yunlong left with Duan Lingtian and the others. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, "Our clan leader is rarely so courteous. Even the disciples of the heavenly emperors who have extraordinary strength aren't this enthusiastic." It seems like he acknowledges Feng Qingyang's strength as a heavenly emperor. Since your heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's only publicly acknowledged disciple, you're highly regarded by him. This is the first time I've seen him treat a junior so warmly. Di Yunlong sighed. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not know how to respond to Di Yunlong's words. Under Di Yunlong's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian entered the Kirin clan's transportation formation and brought Duan Rafeng to the next stop. "Father, why don't you enter my little world and cultivate there? I'll let you out after we find Mother. Currently, both Si Ling and Tianwu are in there." Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rafeng when they arrived in another Devata realm. Currently, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had returned to the spirit overarching heaven. For the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety, Hua Lao continued to follow Di Yunlong. There's no need for that. Duan Rafeng shook his head. "You can only communicate with your mother through Si Ling. I have your mother's soul pearl, and your mother has mine. I can speak to her directly. After we find her, I'll enter your little world with her. Moreover, I went to the Kirin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven after I ascended to the Devata realm. I haven't been anywhere else. This is a good opportunity for me to travel around." Duan Rafeng said. Upon seeing Duan Rufeng's insistence, Duan Lingtian no longer tried to persuade him. However, before Duan Rufeng could enter, Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu, who were in Duan Lingtian's little world, came out and greeted him. Duan Siling even threw herself into Duan Rufeng's arms and snuggled up to him for a long time. Since Huan was cultivating, Duan Lingtian did not wake her up. He planned to introduce his mother and father to Huan when they found them. Naturally, Duan Lingtian told Duan Rafeng about Huan's presence. Following that, Duan Lingtian, Duan Rafeng, and Hua Lao traveled through the Devata realms to search for Huan. There were 81 Devata realms in total. It was not a lot, but it was not a small number either. Most importantly, they would stay in each Devata realm for a period of time so they could prepare for the upcoming battles. 1 Devata realm, 2 Devata realms. Duan Lingtian stayed in each Devata realm for 2 to 3 days. Finally, after leaving the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, they received a response from the 9th Devata realm. However, it was not Duan Lingtian or Duan Rafeng. It was not Duan Lingtian. It was Feng Tianwu. The person who responded was Feng Tianwu's father, Feng Wu Dao. "Uncle Feng." To Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao was a senior worthy of respect, and he'd helped him a lot when he was young. Coupled with him being Feng Tian Wu's father, Duan Lingtian had never taken him to be an outsider. He treated Duan Lingtian like a father. "Father, there's news about Uncle Feng." After receiving Tian Wu's response, Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rufeng, "Uncle Feng is in this Davada realm." Old Feng? In the past, Duan Ru Feng and Feng Wu Dao got along well, and they took each other to be close friends. Now, when he heard his son had news of Feng Wu Dao, his gaze lit up. "Where is he? Let's go and look for him." Uncle Feng is in a third-grade sect called the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect is located in. Following Feng Tianwu's instructions, Duan Lingtian led Duan Rufeng and Hualao to a transporting formation in the Devata realm. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect was a first-grade sect in the Yuan by territory in the Yuan by heaven. There was a titled Celestial Emperor in the sect. Naturally, he was only an ordinary Celestial Emperor. After leaving the Divine Offering Land, Feng Wu Dao and Duan Lingtian's senior brother, Bali Hong, had arrived in the same mundane realm. Both of them supported each other in the mundane realm and ascended together. However, both of them did not ascend to the same Devata realm. Feng Wu Dao had ascended to the Devata realm, Yuan by Tian. In Yuan Bitian, Feng Wu Dao slowly rose up and then revealed his talent, walking step by step until today. In a first-grade sect, Feng Wu Dao, who had become a celestial lord at a young age, was chosen by the sect's titled Celestial Emperor and was taken in as his last disciple. Feng Wu Dao had a good life in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, since he was the only disciple of a titled Celestial Emperor in the sect. Even the sect leader of the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect had to be polite to him. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect's estate, Feng Wu Dao was already waiting for them. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian called out Feng Tian Wu, who was unable to cultivate due to her agitated emotions, and they moved to greet Feng Wu Dao together. "Father!" Feng Tianwu threw herself into Feng Wu Dao's arms as tears streamed down her face. There were two important men in the world to her. One was her lover, and the other was her father. Now, seeing that her lover and father were safe and sound, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She was crying now, but it was mostly tears of joy. "That's enough, silly girl. Ling Tian and brother Duan are both here. Aren't you ashamed?" After Feng Wu Dao hugged Feng Tian Wu for a while, when he saw that she still had no intention of letting go, he couldn't help but tease her. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu finally let go of Feng Wu Dao. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Feng Wu Dao still looked the same. However, his temperament was even more extraordinary than before. No matter what, Feng Wu Dao was already a celestial lord. "Uncle Feng, I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Duan Lingtian bowed apologetically. Whether it was Feng Tian Wu, Duan Siling, or Duan Ru Feng, he did not apologize to any of them since they were either his family or they were no different from his family in his eyes. However, even if Feng Wu Dao and Tian Wu were married, Feng Wu Dao was still his father-in-law. Because of his other wife, his father-in-law had been imprisoned and taken away. What kind of situation was this? "What are you talking about, brat? We're family. Why are you being so polite?" Duan Lingtian's words caused Feng Wu Dao's expression to darken. "Although I was brought to the Divine Offering Land, it's a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, how could I have become a one basic celestial lord in such a short time?" A hint of pride could be seen on his face when he finished speaking. Chapter 30, 396. However, when Feng Wu Dao learned that Duan Rufing's cultivation base was higher than his, he could not bring himself to be proud of himself. "Brother Duan, I thought I've had a smooth journey and even obtained a few fortuitous encounters. I didn't expect your cultivation base to be higher than mine." Feng Wu Dao sighed. In the past, Duan Rufing's cultivation base was higher than his. When he left the Divine Offering Land, Although Duan Roofing's cultivation base was higher than his, it was not much higher. He thought he had improved a lot and was ahead of the group of people who left the divine offering land. He did not expect Duan Roofing's cultivation base was still higher than his. It seems like you've had a fortuitous encounter in the Devata realms as well. Feng Wu Dao sighed. Fortuitous encounter? The corner of Duan Roofing's mouth twitched when he heard Feng Wu Dao's words. Feng Wu Dao was even more confused when he saw this. Brother Duan, what's wrong with you? Uncle Feng. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen his father act like this. Under Duan Rufeng's warning gaze, he still betrayed Duan Rufeng. Feng Wu Dao was stunned when he learned about Duan Roofing's situation. How's that possible? Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Rufeng enviously and said, Brother Duan, the little princess of the Qilin clan must be a beauty, right? Father. Feng Tianwu could not take it anymore. What was her father trying to say? Why was he envious of Feng Wu Dao's situation? Was he trying to find a stepmother for her? When Feng Wu Dao heard his daughter's voice, he realized he had lost his composure. He smiled awkwardly before he changed the topic. Tianwu has already told me everything. Although I'm doing well in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, I don't plan to stay in the sect anymore. What a joke! His daughter had told him that his future son-in-law, Duan Lingtian, was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Therefore, he was allowed to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This was a great fortuitous encounter. Ordinary people could only be found by chance. However, before that, I need to inform my master. All of you, follow me to meet my master. Feng Wu Dao said. Under Feng Wu Dao's lead, they entered the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect without any obstructions. Along the way, they could see many elders and disciples of the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect greeting Feng Wu Dao. Especially some female disciples, they even repeatedly cast flirtatious glances at Feng Wu Dao. Clearly, Feng Wu Dao was doing very well in the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect. Uncle Feng, this is Hualao. To Hualao, Hualao was not a stranger, but to Feng Wu Dao, Hualao was a stranger. However, when Feng Wu Dao learned that Hualao was one of the 3 strongest titled celestial emperors under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was naturally respectful toward Hualao. Hualao, I apologize for my lack of manners earlier. At this moment, Feng Wu Dao finally realized what kind of person Feng Wu Dao was. Initially, he thought Feng Wu Dao was just a follower of his son-in-law. In the words of Duan Lingtian's previous life, Feng Wu Dao was a bronze medallion. He did not expect Feng Wu Dao to be a king. Master, under Feng Wu Dao's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others finally met Feng Wu Dao's master, Tang Qian, the Qianwei Celestial Emperor of the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect. Tang Qian was dressed in a snow-white robe. His hair was white and his brows were white. At first glance, he looked like an enlightened celestial. Senior Tang Qian, Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng bowed at Tang Qian. Grandmaster. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu addressed Tang Qian as Grandmaster. Tang Qian was unaware of Duan Lingtian's identity. He smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng before he looked at Feng Tianwu and said, I've always heard that Wu Dao was worried about you. Now that you're finally reunited, I'm happy for him. You can stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. With me around, both of you can stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect without worries. Tang Qian smiled amiably. Thank you, Grandmaster. Feng Tianwu quickly expressed her gratitude before she added, However, I don't plan to stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. I can only accept your kindness, Grandmaster. I'm here to bring my father away. My father brought us here to bid farewell to you, Grandmaster. Feng Tianwu took the initiative to speak on behalf of Feng Wu Dao. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Tang Qian frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything to Feng Tianwu. Instead, he looked at Feng Wudao. Master. Feng Wudao cupped his fists together and said, Even if I leave the heaven movement celestial sect, I won't forget your teachings, Master. Moreover, I'll come back to visit you often. Tang Qian nodded. Tang Qian sighed when he heard Feng Wudao's words. Wudao, it's not that I don't want to let you go, but there are too many dangers in the Devata realms. If you can't protect yourself, you'll most likely die. You're only a one basic celestial lord. I'm afraid you won't be able to survive if you're alone. Clearly, Tang Qian was very worried about Feng Wudao's safety. Don't worry, Master. Since I've decided to leave, I'm confident I'll be able to survive. Moreover, I'm leaving the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect to go to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can rest assured now, right? Feng Wudao did not beat around the bush. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Tang Qian's eyes widened when he heard Feng Wudao's words. Even for him, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was out of his reach. In fact, with his strength, even if he wanted to join the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would not accept him. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven did not only look at one's strength, but one's character as well. Although Feng Wudao's character was good, his strength did not meet the requirements of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In fact, he was not even qualified to join the Heavenly Palace of the Yuan by Heaven, let alone the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. What's going on? Tang Qian asked. Tang Qian glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others as though he was trying to detect something from Duan Lingtian and the others. Feng Tianwu and Duan Ru Feng were still fine as he didn't notice anything strange on them. However, he could not see through the purple-clad young man and the red-clad old man. Tang Qian could not see through Hualao because his cultivation base was not high enough. As for Duan Lingtian, due to the profound divine metal concealing his aura, Tang Qian could not see through him at all. Master, Duan Lingtian is the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. Feng Wudao said as he introduced Feng Wudao. A hint of pride could be heard in his voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After staying in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect for a long time, Feng Wudao had learned a lot about the legendary Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms, including the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was a legendary figure in the Devata realms. Many people said he had attained godhood. Most importantly, the Solitary Destructive Heaven was a legendary figure. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was the only person who had survived the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Just this alone was enough to make him famous in the Devata realms. The true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. Tang Qian was shocked when he heard Feng Wudao's words. His eyes widened in shock. Are you serious? At the same time, he instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. Hualao. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Tang Qian. He knew he needed Hualao to convince Tang Qian. Tang Qian sincerely treated Feng Wudao. This was something he could see. For this reason, he knew Tang Qian would not let Feng Wudao go unless he convinced Tang Qian. Upon hearing Feng Wudao's words, Hualao's red robe fluttered as a celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of fire surged out. Tang Qian's expression changed drastically when he felt the pressure. Although Tang Qian had used his celestial origin energy to defend himself, he could not help but feel the pressure. After all, Tang Qian was only an ordinary titled celestial emperor. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, Tang Qian was only an ordinary 1-star god of war. This kind of strength was nothing in front of Elder Hua, who could barely be considered a 6-star war god. Greetings, my lord. When Elder Hua removed the pressure, Tang Qian was already drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, he hurriedly bowed to Elder Hua. I'm Hua Lao from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. If you don't believe me, you can verify it with the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Hua Lao said indifferently, As for this person before me, he's the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. It's your good fortune to be able to become Feng Wu Dao's disciple. I believe you. I believe you. Tang Qian, who had witnessed Hua Lao's strength, no longer dared to doubt Duan Lingtian's identity. He hastily bowed at Duan Lingtian and said, Greetings, my lord. Duan Lingtian was the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Duan Lingtian did not even need to make a move. Duan Lingtian only needed to say a few words to kill him. Senior Tang Qian, you're too polite. Since you're Uncle Feng's master, you're naturally my senior as well. You can just call me Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Young master, these are two separate matters. I admire Heavenly Emperor Feng Qing Yang very much. You're his disciple, so it's no different from him coming to visit me personally. Tang Qian was flattered. In the past, everyone in the Heaven Movement celestial sect thought it was Feng Wu Dao's good fortune to become his disciple. Tang Qian agreed. However, it was just as Hua Lao had said. Even Tang Qian thought it was his good fortune to have Feng Wu Dao as his disciple. Due to this, he was able to establish a relationship with the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He could imagine this. If he encountered any problems in the future, he could look for Feng Wu Dao. All Feng Wu Dao had to do was speak to the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, and the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would help him. The young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is Wu Dao's son-in-law. Tang Qian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled Feng Wu Dao's introduction of Feng Wu Dao to the purple-clad young man in front of him. Chapter 3397. His disciple's daughter could be considered as his grand-disciple. His grand-disciple's future husband was the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In other words, the young palace master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was his grand-disciple's son-in-law. Heavens! After all, Tang Qian was just an ordinary titled celestial emperor. What did he do to deserve this? When he thought up to here, Tang Qian was excited to the point he was slightly unable to restrain himself, and he only recovered from his shock under the reminder of Feng Wu Dao after a short while. After regaining his senses, Tang Qian looked at Duan Lingtian and warmly invited him. Young Palace Master, it's rare for you to come to our Sky Movement Immortal Sect. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Thank you for your kindness, Senior Tang Qian. However, I'm in a hurry to find my mother, so I'm afraid I can't stay for long. Duan Lingtian said apologetically. After Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling, he found Duan Rafeng and Feng Tianwu. Both of them had higher cultivation bases than Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling. However, this was all because the two of them had better opportunities than the two of them. However, this was enough to show that their innate talent after being baptized in the divine offering land was still considered to be quite high in the Devata realms. At the very least, they should be able to become immortal kings. Mother must be in a Devata realm as well, but I don't know which Devata realm she is in. I guess I'll continue to search for her one by one, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After leaving the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect, Feng Tianwu returned to Duan Lingtian's small world with Feng Wu Dao. After returning to the minor world within Duan Lingtian's body, Feng Wu Dao's eyes lit up, and then he noticed that when compared to the minor world within Duan Lingtian's body, it was simply like comparing a new world to a wasteland. Most importantly, the heaven and earth spirit energy here allowed him to recall the days when he was in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is exactly the same as the world of divine remains. Feng Wu Dao was shocked. Based on his knowledge, it was impossible for such heaven and earth spirit energy to exist in the Devata realms. Even the heavenly palace, a heaven-grade force with an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, would not have such heaven and earth spirit energy. Father, elder brother Duan once came across the ruins of a realm of gods and absorbed all the spiritual energy in it into his minor world. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy here comes from the ruins of the realm of gods. Feng Tianwu explained. Duan Lingtian had already told her all this. Based on the size of his little world, he should have become a celestial emperor by now. How old is he? He's already an immortal emperor. Initially, Feng Wu Dao thought it was already amazing for him to be able to break through and become a one basic celestial lord. However, he was first defeated by Duan Rafeng, and now he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Rafeng was also a celestial lord, his cultivation base was much higher than Feng Wu Dao's. Duan Lingtian was even stronger. He was a celestial emperor, a stage higher than Feng Wu Dao's cultivation base. Therefore, Feng Wu Dao would not be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Grandpa Wu Dao, Duan Siling was not fully immersed in her cultivation. When she saw Feng Tianwu and Feng Wu Dao, she immediately stepped forward to greet them. You're Siling? Although Duan Siling had grown up when they parted ways, she was still a far cry from her current self. Therefore, Feng Wu Dao recognized her immediately. It's me, Grandpa Wu Dao. Duan Siling giggled. I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly and become a celestial king. Feng Wu Dao sighed emotionally. At this moment, Feng Wu Dao felt that time had passed too quickly. The little girl from all those years ago had already grown into an adult now, and she looked to be not much different from his daughter, Feng Tianwu. Grandpa Wu Dao, you're even more amazing. You're already a celestial lord. Duan Siling said with a smile, no matter how amazing I am, I'm still no match for your father and grandfather. Feng Wu Dao laughed at himself. At the same time, his gaze subconsciously landed on the beautiful figure under the towering tree that seemed to be able to cause everything in the surroundings to lose its luster. That is, although the owner of that beautiful figure had her eyes tightly closed and was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, her perfect appearance was still able to compete with the radiant towering tree beside her, not losing out in the slightest. What a perfect woman! Feng Wu Dao exclaimed in admiration before withdrawing his gaze of admiration, and at the same time he looked at Feng Tianwu and asked, Tianwu, this is? Father, she's little sister Huan. Feng Tianwu smiled and said, elder brother Duan met Huan not long after he ascended to the Devata realm. She was only about 10 years old at that time. Speaking of which, sister Huan is younger than Siling. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Siling smiled wryly. Although she's younger than me, I'm afraid I'll have to call her fourth mother in the future. Fourth mother? Feng Tianwu was taken aback. First mother is your mother. Second mother is sister Fei, so shouldn't little sister Huan, be third mother? Auntie Tianwu, there's only one third mother in Siling's heart. Duan Siling chuckled. Little girl, how dare you tease me? Feng Tianwu glared at Duan Siling. It seemed like she was reprimanding Duan Siling, but the corners of her mouth curved up subconsciously. It was not difficult to see her true feelings at this moment. At this moment, Feng Wu Dao, who was standing at the side, finally realized who the woman was. As it turned out, she was Ling Tian's confidant. That brat is even more promiscuous than I was when I was younger. Feng Wu Dao sighed inwardly. Although Feng Wu Dao saw another woman by Duan Lingtian's side, He was not worried his daughter would fall out of favor. After all, he knew how Duan Lingtian was like. Father, you should cultivate in elder brother Duan's little world in the future. Not only will your cultivation base improve quickly, but you'll also be able to comprehend the law of the 5 elements and the law of life quickly. Feng Tianwu said to Feng Wu Dao, in Duan Lingtian's little world, apart from the 5 divine elements, there was also the divine tree of life. Their existence made the little world a sacred place for one to comprehend the law of the 5 elements and the law of life. As the owner of the little world, Duan Lingtian only needed a thought to see everything in the little world. When Feng Wu Dao discovered Huan, or his existence, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. After all, he hadn't even gotten the chance to marry Huan Er's daughter yet. Although he did not mean to, he still felt guilty. No matter what, Feng Wu Dao was still his future father-in-law. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw Feng Wu Dao was not upset. Then he brought his father, Duan Rafeng, and Hua Lao with him as they continued to search the Devata realms for their friends and family. In the Purple Revelation Heaven, it was one of the 81 Devata realms. Currently, in a remote cave in a mountain range in the Z Revelation territory of the Z Revelation Heaven, there were many beautiful women sitting or standing in it. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with solemnity. Junior Aunt, will we be discovered? A young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old asked the young woman standing closest to the cave entrance. Her face was still childish, but it was obvious she would grow up to be a great beauty. The young woman looked exhausted. Upon hearing the young girl's words, she forced a smile on her face and said, "Don't worry, little Chin, we won't be discovered. Although the Tuya sect is a grade 6 sect with a celestial lord, it's impossible for the celestial lord to personally hunt us down. As long as we don't give ourselves away, with the formation I've set up, we'll be able to fool them." If Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng, and Duan Lingtian were here, they would be able to recognize with a single glance that this young woman, who was addressed as Martial Uncle by the young girl, was none other than Li Ro. She was Duan Lingtian's biological mother. She was Duan Rufeng's wife. After Li Ro left the divine offering land, she had been separated from the others and wandered alone in a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. With the help of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, it did not take long for her to ascend to a Devata realm. Not long after she had ascended to the Devata realm, she was almost killed. It was an elder from her sect who had saved her. However, due to the elder's injuries, it was difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. After that, Li Ro followed the elder back to her sect. It was a sect that only consisted of women, and she became a disciple of the sect. Soon after, she became a disciple of the elder who had saved her. After that, she continued to grow and improve her cultivation base at a rapid pace, shocking everyone. When most of the people in the sect thought she would leave for another place to climb up the social ladder, she chose to stay even though her master did not allow her to leave. At that time, anyone could tell she was a disciple of the sect. If Li Ro left the sect, she would be able to join a stronger sect and obtain better resources. She would be able to grow even faster. However, Li Ro did not. She continued to help her master, whose days were numbered due to her injuries back then, manage the affairs of the sect. Eventually, her master's injuries relapsed and she passed away. She took over her master's position and became an elder of the sect. The sect Li Ro belonged to was called the Elegant Sect. It was only a grade 7 force, and the strongest person in the sect was a 9 palaces celestial king. Although Li Ro's current strength was not bad, she was only at the level of an ordinary elder of the Elegant Sect. Some time ago, the Elegant Sect, which stood aloof from worldly affairs and was like a paradise, suddenly had an expert from a grade 6 sect descend. He bluntly asked the Elegant Sect to become a subsidiary of his sect, and the disciples of the Elegant Sect had to cooperate and become the cultivation partners of the male disciple of the sect. Naturally, the Elegant Sect was unwilling. As a result, they were suppressed by the grade 6 sect. Not only did the grade 6 sect disperse the elegant sect with their powerful martial strength, but they also went around hunting down the members of the elegant sect. As an elder of the elegant sect, Leroux escaped with more than 10 disciples of the elegant sect and hid in a remote mountain range. Suddenly there was a commotion outside, followed by a cold voice that entered Leroux's ears. "The people of the elegant sect are below." Leroux's expression changed drastically. Chapter 30, 398. We've been discovered. Leroux's expression changed drastically. She never expected that they would still be discovered, even though they were hiding in such a remote place, and she had even set up an aura-concealing formation. At this moment, the remaining elegant sect disciples panicked. "Ninth Elder, we've been discovered. What should we do?" "Ninth Elder, I don't want to die." "Ninth Elder!" The gazes of the elegant sect disciples fell on Leroux. In their eyes, Leroux was their backbone. "It's fine. They might not be able to discover this place." Leroux took a deep breath and smiled at the elegant sect disciples before her. "Perhaps they do this every time they go to a place. They want us to go out and walk right into their trap. We'll just wait here. If they really discover us, they'll naturally come looking for us. If they don't, we'll be walking right into their trap if we escape. If we don't go out, we'll be able to escape this calamity." After Leroux's words, more than 10 elegant sect disciples suddenly quieted down. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to take a single breath. At the same time, the outside suddenly quieted down. "Looks like we've escaped this calamity." A elegant sect disciple smiled. "Ninth Elder is still calm. Otherwise, we'd definitely be caught by them if we went out just now." Another elegant sect disciple said. The other elegant sect disciples were also in high spirits at this moment. They were in high spirits as though they had once again escaped from a calamity. To them, the calamity of the elegant sect had come too quickly. It was so quick that they did not even have time to react. By the time they reacted, the elegant sect had already dispersed. The group of elegant sect higher-ups each brought some of the elegant sect disciples to escape. Just when the group of elegant sect disciples thought that they had escaped this calamity, the silence outside was suddenly broken by a loud and clear voice that carried a hint of ridicule. "Elder Leroux." When the voice entered the cave, the expressions of the group of elegant sect disciples, including Leroux, changed drastically. At the same time, a tall figure walked in from outside the cave. Whoosh! 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 Leroux's gaze turned cold. She struck out like a bolt of lightning. Sword rays wreaked havoc, interweaving into a sword net, and welcomed the incoming person. However, it did not pose any threat to the newcomer. The newcomer merely raised his hand, and his celestial core power roared out, instantly shattering Leroux's attack. Leroux's strength was clearly inferior to the other party. "Elder Leroux, you are no match for me." A moment later, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Leroux and the others. It was a bearded man who was staring at Leroux with sparkling eyes. "It's a pity that the sect leader has taken a fancy to you. Otherwise, you would definitely be mine, Fengji." At this moment, a few more figures appeared behind the curly-bearded man and followed behind him. "Fengji. He's the third elder of the Tuya sect, Fengji. Fengji is an 8 trigrams celestial king. Elder Leroux is no match for him. In fact, he can easily kill all of us by himself." "It's over. It's over. Now that Fengji is here, it's over for us." The faces of the dozens of elegant sect disciples were ashen. Each and every one of them had lost all hope. Many of them had already made up their minds to die. Even if they had to die, they were not willing to let the people from the Tuya sect succeed. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. At this moment, even Leroux had made up her mind to die. However, Li Ro glanced at the young girl who seemed to be in her teens before she looked at Feng Ji and said in a deep voice, "Elder Feng Ji, this girl is still young. Don't tell me you won't even spare a child? You must be joking, Elder Li Ro." Feng Ji narrowed his eyes and sized up the young girl that Li Ro was talking about. He grinned and said, "I think this girl is quite pretty. She'll definitely be a great beauty in a few years. It's good to bring such a beauty back to our Tuya sect and take good care of her." Li Ro's gaze turned cold when she heard Feng Ji's words. "Elder Li Ro, senior sisters, junior sisters, I'll take my leave first." One of the elegant sect disciples raised his hand and placed it on his head, killing himself. With someone taking the lead, a few others followed suit. Several figures fell one after another. Seeing this, even though Li Ro was extremely furious and her eyes were about to split open, she could only watch and do nothing. "They're really unyielding." Feng Ji glanced indifferently at the corpses on the ground and then instructed the people behind him, "Store their corpses in the storage ring. When we return, give them to the sect elders and disciples with special fetishes." "Yes, third elder." The people behind Feng Ji responded and moved to collect the corpses. The faces of the elegant sect disciples who were about to commit suicide turned incomparably pale when they heard Feng Ji's words. The people of the Tuya sect would not let them go even if they died. If that was the case, was there any point in committing suicide? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The few Tuya sect disciples had just moved when Li Ro made a move first. Hundreds and thousands of sword rays swept over and destroyed the corpses in an instant. "Elder Li Ro, no matter what, you're only helping these few people," Feng Ji said indifferently. "Now, there's a large number of corpses of your elegant sect disciples being transported to our Tuya sect. Elder Li Ro, our sect leader, said that if you dare to commit suicide, he'll dismember 100 surviving elegant sect disciples." When Li Ro was determined to die, Feng Ji seemed to be able to see through her inner thoughts and said in a timely manner, "Dismemberment, how painful would that be? Just thinking about it makes one shudder." Feng Ji's voice deliberately trembled, causing the remaining elegant sect disciples' expressions to change drastically. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Feng Ji's words made Li Ro lose the courage to attack herself. "At most, if the Tuya sect leader dares to act recklessly, I'll destroy my own face. I don't believe that he'll be interested in an ugly freak," Li Ro thought to herself. At the same time, Li Ro was somewhat regretful. If she had listened to her master's words and left the elegant sect to cultivate in a powerful sect, her strength would definitely be much stronger than it was now. Even if the elegant sect was facing such a calamity and her actions were of no help, the Tuya sect would be wary of her if she had a powerful sect behind her. The Tuya sect was only a 6th grade sect with one celestial lord. With Li Ro's talent, it would not be difficult for her to enter a 4th grade, 3rd grade, 2nd grade, or 1st grade sect, let alone a 6th grade sect. After all, as a celestial king, she was only 300 years old. In the end, Li Ro and the remaining disciples of the elegant sect were taken away by the Tuya sect's 3rd elder, Feng Ji, and the others, and escorted back to the Tuya sect. On the way back to the Tuya sect with Feng Ji, Li Ro was disheartened. A tall young man's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. "Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I won't be able to wait for you. After I destroy my own face, I'll explode and die. I won't let you down." A moment later, a purple figure flashed in Li Ro's mind. It was a handsome young man, dressed in purple. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to hers. "Tian, if there's an afterlife, I still want to be your mother." "No. Bah, 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 bah. How can there be an afterlife? You'll definitely live well. There's also Kerr, Fei Sealing Yintian." Li Ro's eyes were filled with reluctance. "Junior aunt, I'm scared. I'm so scared." The young girl leaned against Li Ro. Her eyes and face were filled with fear. Li Ro's gaze was gentle as she looked at the young girl. Her memories drifted away as she thought of her granddaughter. Duan Sealing, little Qin, don't be afraid. You're still young. There are countless possibilities in the future. As long as there's a chance, you'll be able to escape. Li Ro comforted the young girl. Naturally, although Li Ro comforted the young girl, she knew that once the young girl entered the Tuya sect, the chances of her escaping would be slim. However, she had no other choice but to comfort the young girl. At the very least, this would make her feel better. As expected, the young girl's expression softened when she heard Li Ro's words. However, she still looked at Li Ro worriedly. What about you, junior aunt? What about you? What about the senior sisters? The young girl asked. There'll be a way. Li Ro forced a smile on her face. However, she sighed inwardly. She was not afraid of death. She only felt regretful. She did not get to see her son again. She had been separated from her son for many years. It was even longer than the time she had been separated from her husband, grandson, and granddaughter. Li Ro was looking at her son, Duan Lingtian, when her eyes widened. She had received an unexpected message. Tian, there's a reply from your mother. The Purple Revelation Heaven was a Devata realm that Duan Lingtian had never been to before. As soon as he arrived, he heard his father, Duan Rafeng, exclaim excitedly, Mother! Duan Lingtian's expression froze for a moment before an expression of joy appeared on his face. Mother is in the Purple Revelation Heaven? Father, where is Mother in the Purple Revelation Heaven? She's in the Purple Revelation territory. When Duan Rufeng replied to Duan Lingtian, his eyes were burning with rage. It was as though a prairie fire had started to burn. Once it was ignited, it could not be stopped. Father, did something happen to Mother? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the anger in Duan Rufeng's eyes and sensed Duan Rufeng's anxiety. If we came a few days later, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to see your mother, Duan Rafeng said in a deep voice. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. What happened to Mother? Let's talk on the way. Let's go there first. Duan Rafeng said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. We'll go to the Devata realm through a transportation formation nearby. Father, ask Mother if there's a transportation formation nearby. If she doesn't know, you can ask her if there's a place nearby. Duan Lingtian's tone was slightly anxious. Chapter 30, 399. The Tuya sect was a 6th grade sect, and its encampment was located in a stretch of barren mountain range. From afar, it looked like an extremely desolate place. Looking at this place from afar, it looked like a desolate place. However, upon entering the mountain range, one could see that there was a completely different world inside. A large cluster of buildings stood behind the mountain range. It was like a paradise. This was also the encampment of the Tuya sect. 9th Elder. When Li Ro and a few other disciples of the Elegant sect were brought to the Wirts of the Tuya sect's encampment, another group of disciples of the Elegant sect was captured and brought back. This group of disciples of the Elegant sect had more than 10 people, and the leader was a beautiful woman with disheveled hair and a slightly disheveled appearance. 7th Elder. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Li Ro's lips curled into a bitter smile. She did not expect to meet the 7th Elder and the others who were captured by the Tuya sect just as she arrived outside the Tuya sect's encampment. It seemed that although the Elegant sect had dispersed, many people were still captured and brought back. The sect leader committed suicide. The beautiful woman sent a voice transmission to Li Ro. 9th Elder, tell me, what kind of sin did our Elegant sect commit? If it were not for the lives of my 2 disciples, I would have already followed the sect leader. As she spoke, the beautiful woman's tone was filled with deep-rooted hatred directed at the people of the Tuya sect. 3rd Elder, your harvest is not bad. The person who escorted the seventh elder and the others back was an old man. When he saw the Tuya sect's third elder, Fong Ji, who was escorting Li Ro and the other people of the elegant sect, he laughed and said, "This should be the ninth elder of the elegant sect, Li Ro, whom the sect leader wants, right?" The old man came forward and sized up Li Ro. "Her looks are indeed not bad, but I heard the sect leader say that he values her talent more. Thinking about it, sect master will definitely be able to give birth to a few gifted children. As long as one or two of her children have her talent, our Tuya sect will definitely become a 5th grade sect, or even a 4th grade sect in the future." The old man looked at Li Ro with a look of yearning in his eyes. "Fifth elder, your harvest is also not bad." Fong Ji smiled faintly. At the same time, he retracted his gaze from the group of people behind the old man and looked at the old man. Li Ro's expression changed slightly. It was only at this moment that she realized how naive her previous thoughts were. She had even planned to destroy her own appearance so that the sect leader of the Tuya sect would give up the idea of seducing her. Little did she expect that the sect leader had not taken a fancy to her because of her beauty. The other party had taken a fancy to her talent. The other party definitely wouldn't dare to use her. However, if the other party really had a child with her and wanted to kill her, he could totally use the child to his advantage. The child would not know what kind of person its mother was. Naturally, it would not bear a grudge against the sect leader of the Tuya sect. If the child inherited her talent, it would naturally be a great help to the Tuya sect when it grew up in the future. For a moment, Li Ro was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Brother Fong is here." Li Ro secretly sighed in relief when she recalled the message she received earlier. At the same time, she could not help but feel excited. Brother Fong said that he's with Tian. They're reunited. Si Ling, Tian Wu, and Brother Fong are also there. Tian, that brat, actually harmed another girl? What kind of girl would be able to move Tian, I's heart before saving Ku-er? I'm really curious. At this moment, Li Ro was no longer afraid. This was because she had asked her husband, Duan Rafeng, if he could rescue her from the Tuya sect. Her husband had told her that he was already a celestial lord. Moreover, her husband had also told her that his son was a celestial lord. His son was a celestial emperor. Tian has actually become a celestial emperor. He must have suffered a lot all these years. When Li Ro thought about this, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. As Duan Lingtian's mother, when she found out that her son was a celestial emperor, the first thought that came to her mind was not to feel happy for her son, but to feel sorry for Duan Lingtian. After a while, the third elder of the Tuya sect, Fong Ji, handed the few elegant sect disciples around Li Ro to the 5th elder of the Tuya sect, who was also the old man. 9th elder. The expressions of the elegant sect disciples changed drastically when they saw that they were about to be separated from Li Ro. Along the way, they had already gotten used to staying with Li Ro. Naturally, they were not used to being separated from Li Ro. Moreover, they were about to enter the tiger's den. Under such circumstances, they needed a backbone. Martial Ant. The young girl's expression changed as she looked at Li Ro. She also wanted to stay with Li Ro, but she was still forcefully taken away. They had no human rights in this place. After the old man left, the third elder of the Tuya sect, Fong Ji, looked at Li Ro and said indifferently, "Elder Li Ro, come with me to see the sect leader." Fong Ji. However, Li Ro did not move. Instead, she looked at Fong Ji and said in a low voice, "If you're willing to let me go, I can give you an opportunity." "Let you go?" "Impossible." Fong Ji was stunned for a moment, but he still shook his head and said impatiently, "Elder Li Ro, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for making a move." "Do you know why my innate talent is so high?" Li Ro asked as she looked deeply at Fong Ji. Fong Ji was stunned. He glanced at Li Ro and asked instinctively, "Isn't it innate?" "Innate?" Li Ro smiled. "I ascended from the mundane realm. You're saying that my innate talent is so high? Are you kidding me? What? Fong Ji's expression changed when he heard Li Ro's words. You're an ascender? Fong Ji had lost his composure because he was an ascender. Moreover, he was a monstrous genius when he was in the mundane realm. However, even though he was a genius in the mundane realm, he could not compare to those who were born and raised in the Devata realms. As an ascender, his understanding of ascenders was much better than those who were born in the Devata realms. You don't believe me, Elder Fong Ji? Li Ro shook her head. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Originally, I wanted to tell you about the place where I was reborn and raised my cultivation base, Elder Fong Ji. In the end, you don't want to know about it, Elder Fong Ji. In that case, please bring me to the sect leader of the Tuya sect, Elder Fong Ji. When we arrive at the Tuya sect and meet the sect leader of the Tuya sect, I can use this opportunity to make a deal with him. Naturally, it's risky to make a deal with him. I'm afraid he won't let me go even if he benefits from me. For this reason, if I have a choice, I'd rather make a deal with you, Elder Fong Ji. Li Ro looked at Fong Ji meaningfully when she finished speaking. Fong Ji fell silent when he heard Li Ro's words. He stared at Li Ro intently as though he was trying to read Li Ro's expression. Elder Li Ro, you should know I won't believe you if you're not convincing enough. Li Ro's expression remained unchanged when she heard Fong Ji's question. She said indifferently, back then I accidentally entered a place where the heaven and earth spirit energy is different from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. There was a skeleton at the entrance of that place. He left behind a memory celestial talisman with a message. He said it was the ruins of a realm of gods. Initially, I didn't know what the realms of gods were until I heard a powerhouse mention it while I was traveling. That's when I learned that it's a realm that transcends the Devata realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. It's a place where gods who are stronger than celestial emperors cultivate. Most of the people there are gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy used by godly spirits is different from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. I'm just an ascender with a mortal body. I didn't expect my innate talent to change so drastically after entering the Devata realms. Li Ro said, since there's such a place, why don't you share it with others? Based on what I know, you have a master in the elegant sect, right? Fong Ji asked as he looked at Li Ro intently. At the same time, Fong Ji's eyes shone brightly. He felt that Li Ro's words were very convincing. After all, not everyone in the Tuya sect knew about the realm of gods. However, Fong Ji had heard about it before. If it was really a realm of gods, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods could really change a person's innate talent. Once a higher level of heaven and earth spirit chi entered a person's body, it would definitely transform the person's body. There was no doubt about this. However, Fong Ji was unaware of this. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods could change a person's innate talent, it could only change a person's innate talent. A person with a mortal body was a person who had yet to become a celestial. Celestials were no longer mortals. Even if they entered the realm of gods, they could only cultivate using the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. It was impossible for them to change their innate talent. I've told Master about it, but she said she doesn't have much time left, so there's no need for that. She also warned me not to tell anyone about it, lest someone kills me and monopolizes the secrets of the realm of God's ruins. Li Ro looked at Fong Ji warily as she said, Elder Fong Ji, if you really want to go to the realm of gods, we have to make a pact. Otherwise, I won't bring you there. I don't want you to kill me first after I bring you there, and then monopolize that secret. Li Ro's words were exactly what Fong Ji was thinking. Do you think I, Fong Ji, am that kind of person? Fong Ji said indifferently, Tell me, Li Ro, what do you want? I haven't thought of it yet. If we really want to go, I'll think about it on the way and tell you when I've made up my mind. Li Ro said, All right. However, Fong Ji was thinking that no matter what method Li Ro came up with, he would let Li Ro personally bring him to the realm of gods. Once he found the realm of gods, he would kill Li Ro. Chapter 3400. Feng Ji believed Li Ro's words. Therefore, he decided to follow Li Ro to take a look. Of course, before he left, he brought Li Ro back to the Tuya sect. However, he did not bring Li Ro to meet the sect leader of the Tuya sect. With that, he left the Smudge Crow sect with his son and the 3 disciples he valued the most. This time, he did not plan to return. In the Tuya sect, the only person he could not leave was his only son. Father, isn't this too risky? Feng Ji's son, Feng Chun, was also a celestial king expert. He was even stronger than Li Ro. After learning of Feng Ji's plan, he frowned slightly and asked, "Do you think she's lying to me?" Feng Ji glanced at Feng Chun with a doting look in his eyes. "Chun, you don't have to worry. She wouldn't dare to lie to me. Moreover, lying to me won't do her any good. Perhaps she'll be treated well by the sect leader. However, if she's lying to me, I've already decided to leave the Tuya sect. What do I have to fear? I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death." As he spoke, Feng Ji deliberately glanced at Li Ro. However, Li Ro's expression was calm and unperturbed. This made Feng Ji even more certain that Li Ro was not lying to him. "Second junior brother, I also think that you're worrying too much. This elder Li Ro from the Elegant sect is not as strong as us. Are you afraid that she'll run away after lying to us?" Feng Ji's eldest disciple, a middle-aged man who was slightly stronger than Feng Chun, had a pair of triangular eyes that flashed with a frightening light. "There are so many of us, and 3 of us are stronger than her. If she dares to lie to us and lure us into a trap, one of us will go in to test it out. Once something happens, the rest of us can torture her to death slowly." As he spoke, Feng Ji's eldest disciple's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yes, second senior brother, eldest senior brother is right. At the same time, the other 2 disciples under Feng Ji chimed in. "There are so many of us. Our strength can completely suppress Li Ro. She won't be able to cause much trouble." In fact, Feng Chun had also thought about this. His question was just a subconscious one. However, after listening to his senior and junior brother's conversation and his father's words, he felt much more confident. If that's the case, let's hurry up and leave. From today onward, we're no longer members of the Tuya sect. If the sect leader finds out that we've kidnapped Li Ro, he definitely won't let us off the hook. Feng Chun said solemnly, "Once we go to the ruins of the realms of gods, it won't take long for us to become celestial lords," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Feng Chun's eldest senior brother said with a smile, "At that time, even if we take the initiative, the sect leader of the Tuya sect won't dare to act rashly. In fact, as long as we show our strength, the sect leader of the Tuya sect might even give up his position to you, Master." As he spoke, he glanced at Feng Ji with a flattering look in his eyes. At the same time, he flattered Feng Ji and repeatedly thanked him. "Master, thank you for giving me this opportunity." "Don't worry, Master. Even if I'm reborn, I won't forget who I am." "I won't forget you, Master. I'll continue to follow you, Master." As Feng Ji's eldest apprentice spoke, his 3rd and 4th apprentices also expressed their thanks. From the way they spoke, it was almost as if they viewed Feng Ji as their second parent. Feng Ji nodded in satisfaction when he saw how sensible his disciples were. The reason he brought them along was because he wanted to recruit a few helpers. After all, he was very ambitious. After all, he did not think much of a 6th-grade celestial sect like the Tuya sect after he obtained the fortuitous encounter. He wanted to go higher and further. "Li Ro, lead the way." Feng Ji looked at Li Ro and said indifferently, "Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, even if we can't return to the Tuya sect, we won't let you go so easily. A cornered dog can jump over a wall. If you push us too far, it'll be too late for regrets." At this moment, Fang Ji was determined to obtain the fortuitous encounter that Li Ro had mentioned. He wanted to go to the ruins of a realm of gods to obtain the opportunity to be reborn. For this reason, he had even betrayed the Tuya sect with his son and 3 disciples. It would not take long for the sect leader of the Tuya sect to find out that it brought Li Ro back but did not bring her to him. At that time, he would be hunted down and killed. "There's no benefit in lying to you," Li Ro said indifferently. "Fang Ji, don't forget what I said. I'll try my best to think of a way to protect myself along the way so that you won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." Although Fang Ji said so, a chilling light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Where's the nearest transportation formation in the Devata realm? We have to go there first," Li Ro asked Fang Ji. Naturally, she knew where the nearest transportation formation was. However, she deliberately asked Fang Ji so that Fang Ji could bring her there. "Hanlin City," Fang Ji said. "The place you're talking about is not in the Purple Revelation territory." At this moment, Fang Ji realized something. "It's not." Li Ro shook her head. Fang Ji did not say anything and led the way, while Li Ro followed behind him. As for his son and 2 disciples, they followed behind Li Ro. At this moment, even if Li Ro wanted to flee, she would not be able to do so. On the way to Hanlin City, Li Ro finally had time to relax and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She had only heard about the ruins of realms of gods not long ago. She had followed her son, Duan Lingtian's, suggestion and chose this method to protect herself before her son and husband found her. It was her son, Duan Lingtian, who had told her about the ruins of the realms of gods. He had also told her to lure Fang Ji into the realms of gods. Moreover, Li Ro was really an ascender who had undergone the baptism of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. With her current innate talent, how could Fang Ji not be fooled? After Duan Lingtian received Li Ro's soul pearl from his father, Duan Rafeng had given Li Ro another suggestion. It was to tell Fang Ji that she had a backer, a celestial emperor. However, it was impossible for Fang Ji to take the risk. After all, it was much safer to tell him about the ruins of the realms of gods. After all, everyone was greedy. Fang Ji, an elder of a 6th grade sect, might not be able to break through and become a celestial lord in his lifetime. How could he miss out on the opportunity to become a celestial lord or even a celestial emperor? Hanlin City. At the same time, Li Ro told her son, Duan Lingtian, about the place where she would follow Fang Ji to. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had arrived in the Purple Revelation territory. However, he had only arrived near the Tuya sect and the Elegant sect. Moreover, his destination was relatively random. Initially, he could have asked for directions to the Tuya sect. However, it would take some time for him to ask for directions to the Tuya sect. Moreover, his mother had already arrived at the Tuya sect. For this reason, he felt it would be better for his mother to leave the Tuya sect for now. Do you know where Hanlin City is? Not long after Li Ro left with Fang Ji, Duan Lingtian received Li Ro's message and asked for directions to Hanlin City. At the same time, he asked to allow for directions to Hanlin City. Whoosh! Hua Lao's main body was a fiery, red, 3-legged golden crow. From afar, it looked like a dazzling sun. Duan Lingtian and Duan Rafeng landed on Hua Lao's back. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a great distance. If an immortal emperor was nearby and saw Hua Lao's figure in the air, he might even say that it was the sun that was rapidly moving and disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. We're here. Although Hanlin City was quite a distance away, with Hua Lao's speed, it did not take long for them to arrive. After arriving at Hanlin City, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his mother, Li Ro. When he learned that she had not arrived yet, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Father, let's go pick up Mother." Now that they had arrived at Hanlin City and roughly knew the direction of the Tuya sect, it would be easy to find his mother. They could directly intercept her on the way. However, As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell and Duan Rufing's eyes lit up, Duan Lingtian received another message from Li Ro. Tian, they must be worried that someone from the Tuya sect will come after them. They've taken a detour to Hanlin City. You and your father should wait for us in Hanlin City. Okay. Duan Lingtian responded and immediately greeted Duan Rufeng. Then the two of them and Hua Lao rose into the air and stood in the air above Hanlin City. Hua Lao's divine sense swept out and enveloped the entire Hanlin City before continuing to spread out. Whenever he sensed Li Ro's presence within the range of his divine sense, he would immediately sense it. Apart from being a titled celestial emperor, Hua Lao was also a 10 Directions celestial emperor. Currently, his divine sense had shrouded the entire Hanlin City. The strongest person in the city was a celestial lord, so no one could detect his divine sense. A few hours later, they're here. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufing's eyes lit up. This was especially true for Duan Rufeng. He was so excited that his body began to tremble slightly. He had not seen his wife for many years. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions vanished from the sky above Hanlin City as though they had transformed into a gust of wind. Meanwhile, in the eastern district of Hanlin City, Li Ro was being held hostage by Feng Ji, his son, and his master and disciples. Li Ro, have you made up your mind? Feng Ji asked. Not yet. Li Ro frowned. Feng Ji, if you're alone, it's fine. However, now that you've brought so many people with you, how am I supposed to think of a solution? I have a feeling that if I tell you the location of the ruins of a realm of gods, you won't let me go after you've confirmed it. Even if you can't confirm it, you'll definitely send someone to monitor me before you decide what to do next. If you can't confirm it, you won't let me leave alone. The frown on Li Ro's face deepened as she spoke. Chapter 3401. It seems like we're at a dead end. Li Ro's expression darkened as she looked at Feng Ji. Huh? Feng Ji laughed. Li Ro, don't be so pessimistic. Don't we still need to use the transportation formation to get there? You can think of a way after we get there. I'm sure you'll come up with a good plan. Feng Ji was worried Li Ro would give up on bringing them to the ruins of the realms of gods. Humph! Li Ro snorted coldly. Without any warning, she came to a halt and glared at Feng Ji. Feng Ji, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Now, I have to think of a way to guarantee my safety before I take you there. Otherwise, don't even think about it, Li Ro said. Feng Ji and the others had no choice but to follow suit when Li Ro came to a halt. Their expressions darkened at this moment. Feng Ji's eyes were cold as he looked at Li Ro. Li Ro, I'm warning you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's not too late for the 4 of us to bring you back to the Tuya sect. At that time, you'll fall into the hands of the sect leader, and we won't be at fault. At most, I'll tell the sect leader that you're cunning and have escaped. Then I'll bring my son and 3 disciples out of the sect to chase after you. We caught up with you, Feng Ji said. Feng Ji, since you want to bring me back, just bring me back, Li Ro said indifferently, looking indifferent. Her nonchalance made Feng Ji's expression even more unsightly. Naturally, he did not want to go back just like that. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Li Ro, what do you think? Feng Ji asked, trying to suppress his tone. Feng Ji's son, Feng Chun, and his 3 disciples looked at Li Ro with hostility. If Li Ro did not cooperate, they would not be able to obtain the opportunity to be baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods. Let me think. Li Ro stood on the spot with a slight frown on her face. She seemed to be deep in thought. After a few dozen breaths, Feng Ji's patience was running out. Li Ro, have you thought about it? If you haven't made up your mind, we should hurry up and leave the teleportation formation's teleportation array. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape once those from the Smudge Crow sect catch up to you? Fong Ji urged. Yes, I have, Li Ro said. Huh. Fong Ji was stunned. He did not expect Li Ro to have made up her mind. What do you mean? You don't have to say it. Li Ro shook her head and said, You don't have to say it? At this moment, not only was Fong Ji confused, but even Fong Chun and the other two disciples were confused. What did Li Ro mean by that? Whoosh! While the four of them were still in a daze, a willow branch suddenly extended from the clouds. The willow branch was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it tore through the sky and attacked them. The willow branch's power was overwhelming. By the time Fong Ji and the other three reacted, the willow branch was already very close to them. The terrifying energy contained in the willow branch made their hearts tremble. Therefore, their first thought was to retreat. At this moment, no one cared about Li Ro. Whoosh! 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 When Fong Ji and the others retreated, they came to their senses and found that Li Ro was no longer alone. There were 3 more people beside Li Ro: a handsome young man in purple, a young man in a green robe, and an old man in a red robe. Now, the young man in the green robe was hugging Li Ro. Ro, I finally found you. Brother Fong. Li Ro hugged Duan Rufeng tightly, as if she would not let go for the rest of her life. When Fong Ji and the others saw the violet-robed young man glaring at them like a tiger eyeing its prey, and then put away the terrifying willow branch, their faces flickered with shock. The move just now was enough to show that the young man in purple was not simple. At least, he was far more powerful than them. Your Excellency, who are you? Fong Ji's face was slightly pale. In this world where the strong were respected, even if he was the lofty third elder of the Tuya sect, he could only bow to such an expert. Li Ro is my mother. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Fong Ji and smiled faintly. Now, do you know who we are? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Fong Ji, Fong Chun, and the others' expressions changed drastically. This expert, who made them feel suffocated, was at least a first-class celestial emperor. How could he be Li Ro's son? How could it be? How old was Li Ro now? How could her son be so powerful? Moreover, wasn't Li Ro an ascender? While Fong Ji and the others' expressions changed drastically, Duan Lingtian did not make any move. 5 willow branches whizzed out of the void and pierced through the bodies of Fong Ji and the others before tying them up. Ah, no. Your Excellency, please spare our lives. By the time Fong Ji and the other 4 regained their senses and screamed in shock, 5 willow branches had already pierced through their abdomens and tied them up. The 5 of them were trapped in the void by the 5 willow branches, unable to move at all. At the same time, the 5 of them felt as though they were in a completely enclosed space. The feeling of suffocation spread throughout their bodies in just a blink of an eye. The law of space. Their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, they could feel that the law of space had merged with Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, making it difficult for them to even move a finger. He's not an ordinary celestial lord. Fong Ji did not dare to associate Duan Lingtian with a celestial emperor. He thought Duan Lingtian was a powerful celestial lord who was even stronger than the celestial lord in the Tuya sect. For a time, he dismissed the idea of sending a message back to the Tuya sect. After all, it would only anger Duan Lingtian. My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Fong Ji looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, It's the Tuya sect. It's the Tuya sect who wants to capture your mother. I, Fong Ji, have left the Tuya sect. My lord, please investigate this matter. Fong Ji said, Moreover, I've decided to return your mother's freedom. Return my mother's freedom? Duan Lingtian smiled. I think you're planning to go to the ruins of the realms of gods, right? Fong Ji's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to know about this. His heart sank, and he felt disheartened. "My lord, are the ruins of the realms of gods real?" Upon seeing the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Feng Ji knew he was going to die. However, he still asked reluctantly before he died. "I'll tell all of you about this later." With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent spatial blades at Feng Ji and the others, leaving bloody wounds on their bodies. However, he did not take their lives. On the way here, Duan Lingtian had heard from his mother about the people from the Tuya sect. For this reason, he had no intention of letting them off lightly. If he let them off lightly, how could the souls of the elegant sect who had taken care of his mother for so long rest in peace? "Ah, my lord, please give me a quick death. My lord, please give me a quick death." Feng Ji and the others could no longer endure the torture and begged for death. Currently, their bodies were bound by the spatial energy, so they could not even use their celestial origin energy to commit suicide. "There's no hurry. I'll tell all of you about the ruins of the realms of gods." Duan Lingtian grinned. Although his smile was bright, in the eyes of Feng Ji and the others, Duan Lingtian's smile was no different from the smile of a devil. "The ruins of the realms of gods are real." Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Ji and the others who were screaming in agony and said unhurriedly, "However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in there can only help mortals who haven't become celestials to be reborn. Celestials won't be reborn even if they enter the ruins of the realms of gods. At most, their cultivation speed will increase." Of course. My mother has never been to the ruins of the realms of gods. She has no idea where the ruins of the realms of gods are. Although I've been to the ruins of the realms of gods, I can't go there even if I want to. Moreover, I don't want to go there anymore since there's no more heaven and earth spirit energy in there. Every word Duan Lingtian said caused Feng Ji and the others to be filled with pain and regret. Not only did they betray the Tuya sect for the sake of the realms of gods that were useless to them, but they even ended up in such a miserable state. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Although Feng Ji and the others were screaming in agony, Duan Lingtian had casually set up a soundproof formation to protect his parents. Therefore, his parents were not disturbed by the screams of Feng Ji and the others. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the 5 of them were tortured beyond recognition and had said what they wanted to say, he was about to end their lives. However, at this moment, a sudden surge of energy swept down from the sky and blocked Duan Lingtian's attack. "Young man, the heavens are benevolent. Your actions are inappropriate." When the surge of energy blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, an old monk dressed in a gray kasaya descended from the sky. Every step he took was filled with green energy. It was as though lotuses were blooming under his feet. He emitted a powerful aura of vitality. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the old monk raised his hand, and a powerful aura shrouded Feng Ji and the others who were on the verge of dying from the torture. In the next moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the injuries on the 5 of them healed at a terrifying speed. The powerful vitality allowed Duan Lingtian to guess what law the old monk had comprehended. The law of life, one of the 4 supreme laws. Although the old monk was not the first person Duan Lingtian had ever seen who had comprehended the law of life, he was the strongest person Duan Lingtian had ever seen. Chapter 3402. Based on the old monk's celestial origin energy that had been fused with the law of life, it was obvious the old monk was not an ordinary celestial emperor. After all, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the old monk's celestial origin energy was much stronger than his own. Moreover, the old monk's comprehension of the law of life had fused profundities as well. Based on this, he was certain the old monk was a titled celestial emperor. "Thank you for saving our lives, my lord." Feng Ji and the others who were saved by the old monk bowed and thanked the old monk. Joy could be seen on their faces. At this moment, Li Ro and Duan Rafeng, who had separated from each other, frowned when they saw the old monk. Monk. Duan Lingtian looked at the old monk and said indifferently, "Don't meddle in other people's business if you don't know what's going on. Young man, it's not good to be so vicious." The old monk shook his head. Hulao. Duan Lingtian did not want to waste his breath on the old monk. He called out to Hulao and said, "Don't kill him." Hulao immediately made a move. Flames that had fused the 3 profundities from the law of fire swept toward the old monk. Although the old monk had also comprehended the 2 profundities from the law of life, he was still vulnerable. Bang! With merely a single strike, Elder Hua's power sent the old monk flying. As for the old monk, he was vomiting blood nonstop as he was sent flying. At the same time, the old monk's aura had weakened significantly. Swoosh! Meanwhile, Feng Ji and the others who had just ascended to heaven felt as though they had been thrown back into hell. Their expressions changed drastically when Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed his finger at the 5 of them. Spatial energy swept out and killed them in just a blink of an eye. 5 people were killed with just 1 finger. When Feng Ji and the others died, they had a horrified expression on their faces. They wondered why the old monk had given them hope. They had thought they would be able to live, but in just a blink of an eye, the old monk was defeated by the old man standing behind the young man. In the end, they still died in the hands of the young man. "Father, mother, let's go." After killing Feng Ji and the others, Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rafeng and Li Ro with a smile. "Let's go to the Tuya sect." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Ro's eyes lit up. Good, good. At the same time, Li Ro left Duan Rafeng and ran to Duan Lingtian's side. Holding his hand, she looked at Duan Lingtian from head to toe and said, "Tian you've changed a lot these years. It has been hard on you." As she spoke, 2 lines of tears fell from Li Ro's face. Although he didn't know what his son had experienced all these years, since he was able to break through to become an immortal emperor at such a young age, he must have experienced things that ordinary people didn't. Whoosh! Wen Hua Lao transformed into the 3-legged golden crow and brought Duan Lingtian and his family to the Tuya sect. Li Ro did not enter the little world in Duan Lingtian's body. Instead, she sat next to Duan Lingtian and looked at him as she said, "Tian tell me about what you've been through all these years." Okay, after so many years, Duan Lingtian could not help but reveal an excited expression on his face when he saw his mother again. He could not suppress it for a long time. Before he met his mother, Li Ro, he felt like he had a lot to say to her. However, when he finally met her, he was so emotional that he could not speak coherently. On the way to the Tuya sect, Duan Lingtian recounted everything that had happened to him after his mother and the others went to the world of divine offering. Even Duan Rafeng did not have the time to listen to Duan Lingtian. It was not that he did not want to listen to Duan Lingtian, but when Duan Lingtian wanted to talk about it, he said that he wanted to wait until he found his wife, Li Ro, before listening to Duan Lingtian talk about it with Li Ro. Whenever Duan Lingtian talked about the thrilling moments, Li Ro would feel worried for Duan Lingtian. She held Duan Lingtian's hand tighter. When Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow, brought Duan Lingtian and his family to the Smudge Crow sect, the benevolent expression on the old monk's face disappeared as soon as he saw them leaving. It was replaced with a ruthless expression. "How dare they hurt me, Shiva Ping? Damn it. They said they're going to the Tuya sect? What kind of sect is the Tuya sect? I don't care. I'll look for my elder brother and ask him to stand up for me." So what if you've comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire? My elder brother is the strongest titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. The old monk's voice turned colder as he muttered to himself. Then he made his way to the nearby Hanlin city, so he could return to the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven through the transporting formation there. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He would never have thought that the kind-looking old monk who liked to stand up for injustice would have such a violent side. With Hua Lao leading the way, Duan Lingtian and his family soon arrived at the Tuya sex estate under Li Ro's guidance. When Li Ro arrived at the Smudge Crow sex estate, she was filled with confidence. However, her eyes were filled with anger. Huan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled that his mother, Li Ro, had yet to see Huan. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on when he thought about how his mother might blame him for marrying another woman, while Kerr was trapped in the divine offering land. Now, it seemed like a very good opportunity. He wanted Huan to follow his mother, Li Ro, to resolve the conflict between the Tuya sect and the Elegant sect. Brother Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice, Huan, who was in closed-door cultivation, immediately woke up from her cultivation. What's wrong? Huan. I've gone to look for my parents. Come out and meet them. After that, you and my mother will go and do something together. Consider this a way to cultivate your relationship. Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward when he said this. Brother Lingtian's parents? Huan could tell from her voice that she was nervous. Nevertheless, she quickly left Duan Lingtian's little world. Swoosh! The sudden appearance of a living person naturally shocked Duan Rufeng and Li Ro. After all, the two of them didn't receive any warning beforehand. However, when they saw Huan's peerlessly beautiful face, their eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl! This was the first thought that appeared in their minds. You're Huan, right? Li Ro's reaction was better than Duan Lingtian had expected. I've heard about you from Tian's father. You're indeed a good girl. Good, very good. The more Li Ro looked at Huan, the more she nodded her head. Huan's cheeks flushed red as she looked at Li Ro. Uncle, Auntie. With Duan Lingtian's guidance through voice transmission, Huan finally mustered up the courage to greet Duan Rufeng and Li Ro. Initially, Huan felt slightly awkward. However, Li Ro's enthusiasm made her feel less awkward. In the end, she even began to chat and laugh with Li Ro. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw his father, Duan Rufeng, giving him a thumbs up. He did not know if Duan Rufeng was praising him for finding such a beautiful daughter-in-law or for his adaptability. Mother, although Huan is younger than Sealing, she's already a celestial emperor. Her cultivation base is higher than mine. Duan Lingtian interrupted Li Ro and Huan's conversation. Then he said to Li Ro, you and Huan can chat whenever you want. I'll follow you to deal with the Smudge Crow sex matter. We'll wait for you outside. If anyone from the Tuya sect tries to escape from the Tuya sex estate, we'll make a move. Duan Lingtian said. Li Ro glared at Duan Lingtian and said, Huan hasn't married into the family yet, and you're already ordering her around. Once she marries into the family, aren't you going to do whatever you want? At this moment, Li Ro did not seem to be on Duan Lingtian's side. Instead, she seemed to be on Huan's side. Naturally, Li Ro was only joking with Huan. Naturally, she understood what her son meant. He wanted her to get closer to Huan. I'll have to trouble you to follow Aunt Ro. Li Ro held Huan's hand with a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. Aunt Ro, you're too kind. This is what I should do, Huan quickly said. At this point, she had already gotten along well with Li Ro. She no longer felt the slightest bit of awkwardness around her. Huan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan. Follow mother. Do whatever she wants you to do. Most of the people in the Tuya sect aren't good people. Duan Lingtian did not think a sect that treated the Elegant sect in such a manner was a morally upright sect. In his opinion, a sect like the Elegant sect should be annihilated. However, there were many captives from the Elegant sect in the Tuya sect. Apart from avenging the elegant sect, his mother was also going to save the captives. After Huan, left with Li Ro, Duan Lingtian and the other two stood guard outside the Tuya sect. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had used his divine consciousness on such a large scale since he became a celestial emperor. Huan, Er's departure with Li Ro caused quite a commotion in the Tuya sect. However, it was clear that Li Ro's method of dealing with matters was rather tactful. Even after 2 days and 2 nights, she still had not finished dealing with the matter. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not think it was a big deal. He would just have to wait a little longer. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle as well. Those who tried to escape from the Smudge Crow sect were killed by the spatial energy that appeared out of thin air. On the 3rd day, Hualao seemed to have sensed something. He lifted his head and looked at the distant horizon. Duan Lingtian and Duan Rafang noticed Hualao's movement. When they followed Hualao's gaze, they saw 2 figures appearing one after another in the distant clouds. Duan Lingtian did not recognize the person in the lead. However, he recognized the person in the lead. It was the person who had interfered in the conflict between him and the Tuya sect and was taught a lesson by Hualao. It was the old monk. Chapter 3403. Interesting. You've even found a helper? Elder Huo looked deeply at the 2 people who were stepping out of the clouds in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. If I had known that he would be so unwilling, I would not have shown mercy 3 days ago. I didn't expect this as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "This old monk has a benevolent appearance. I spared his life, and that was already a great kindness. But he actually found help." While Duan Lingtian and Hualao were talking, the old monk had already arrived at the entrance of the Tuya sect with a fat, middle-aged monk who was 2 meters tall. Both of them seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian and the others as soon as they arrived. "Big brother, it's them." The old monk followed behind the middle-aged monk as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua. His originally benevolent face had completely vanished and was replaced by a ferocious face. It was as though he had become a completely different person. The fat, middle-aged monk had a huge wine gourd hanging from his waist. Based on its size, it was as big as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Upon hearing the old monk's voice, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian, Hualao, and Duan Rafeng. Finally, his gaze landed on Hualao. He narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently, "You're the one who injured my 3rd brother?" "That's right." Hualao stepped forward and looked at the fat monk fearlessly. "Your 3rd brother interfered in our business and tried to save the person we wanted to kill. Since he didn't have any ill intentions, I didn't kill him." "What, are you going to stand up for him?" Hualao asked. "He's my brother, so it's only natural for me to stand up for him." The fat monk said indifferently, "Sir, let's be clear. A titled celestial emperor who has fused 3 profundities from the law of fire is definitely not a nobody in the purple revelation heaven." Although there were some sectless titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, there were not many of them. After all, once a titled celestial emperor's strength reached a certain level, they would have greater ambitions. Most titled celestial emperors wanted to further fuse their profundities and become gods. For this reason, the heavenly emperor palaces in the various Devata realms and heaven-grade forces with strong foundations became their targets as well. The fat monk had already learned from his 3rd brother that the red-robed old man in front of him was an existence that had grasped the fusion of 3 laws of fire. Such a person would most likely have some background. "Before you let me assimilate, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Hualao squinted his eyes and said to the fat monk. "Humph." Before the fat monk could say anything, the old monk said, "Listen carefully. He's my elder brother, Shiva Nu, the strongest titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. People call him the wine-gourd celestial emperor, After Shiva Ping said that, he proudly raised his head and stared at Elder Hua. It was as if he wanted to see the shock and fear on Elder Hua's face. So it's the wine-gored celestial emperor, Shiva Nu. Upon hearing Shiva Ping's words, realization dawned on Hualao. Then he looked at the fat monk and said, "Speaking of which, I've met the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven once. We even chatted for a while." HM? Shiva Nu frowned when he heard Hua Lao's words. "You know, Lord Heavenly Emperor? The heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven lived in seclusion. Ever since he became the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, he had not made any friends. It was not that he did not want to make friends, but he could not. When a person reached a certain level, it was impossible for them to become friends with strangers who were at different levels. As the saying went, it's lonely at the top. As such, if Heavenly Emperor Zi Qi Tian had any friends, they would be friends he made before he became a Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Zi Qi Tian was a very nostalgic person. As long as his old friends asked him for help, he would not refuse. For this reason, Shiva Nu's expression softened a little when he thought Hualao was an old friend of the Heavenly Emperor of the purple revelation heaven. Swoosh! Shiva Ping's expression changed slightly when he heard Hua Lao's words. How did this old man know the Heavenly Emperor of the purple revelation heaven? You think you know Lord Heavenly Emperor just because you said so? In my opinion, you're only saying that after learning my elder brother's identity. You're just trying to get away with it. Although Shiva Ping was afraid of Duan Ling Tian, he did not show any mercy. I'm curious. Who are you? How do you know Lord Heavenly Emperor? I'm Hualao, the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Elder Hu glanced at Shiva Ping with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. When he looked at Shiva Nu, the disdain at the corner of his mouth disappeared. Previously, when Lord Heavenly Emperor returned to the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the purple revelation heaven personally went to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor of the purple revelation heaven. We've met before, Hualao said as he looked at Shiva Nu. As the strongest titled celestial emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the purple revelation heaven, I'm sure you've heard about me from him, right? When Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had returned to the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven, many Heavenly Emperors had gone to congratulate him. The Heavenly Emperor of the purple revelation heaven was only one of them. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the purple revelation heaven was one of the few Heavenly Emperors who had gone to the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Apart from greeting Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had not spoken to him at all. However, the Heavenly Emperor of the purple revelation heaven had spoken to Hualao before, and had even invited Hualao to visit the Heavenly Palace of the purple revelation heaven. You're the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor? Shiva Nu narrowed his eyes. It was just as Elder Hua had said. When the Heavenly Emperor of the Zi Qi heaven returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he had mentioned Elder Hua to Shiva Nu. For this reason, Shiva Nu knew Hualao, the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor, was in the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Ah, so you're Hualao. My apologies for my lack of manners. Shiva Nu took a deep breath before he looked at Hualao in a more polite manner. Although both of them were heavenly emperors of Devata realms, the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven was not as strong as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In fact, to a certain extent, the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven had to curry favor with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Third brother, you and Elder Hua can be said to be friends after a fight. Apologize. Without waiting for Elder Hua to speak, Shiva Nu glanced at Shiva Ping and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Shiva Ping had already told Shiva Nu about the incident. He knew Shiva Ping did not have any enmity with Hualao, the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor. It was just a small conflict. Upon seeing Shiva Ping's reluctance, Shiva Nu said through voice transmission, "I'm not confident I can defeat the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor." Lord Heavenly Emperor said that Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, is the strongest subordinate of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. Thoid brother, don't blame me for not warning you. You shouldn't offend the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. A hint of warning could be heard in Shiva Nu's voice as he spoke. Hearing Shiva Nu's words, Shiva Ping was unwilling, but he still took the initiative to apologize to Elder Hua. "Elder Hua, I'm sorry. I was wrong in this matter. I hope that you can forgive me. It's useless to apologize to me." Hua Lao glanced at Shiva Ping indifferently before he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to him. "This is the young master of the solitary destructive heaven, the only true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor. If you want to apologize, you should apologize to him." Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Shiva Nu's expression changed drastically. He had thought his third brother only had a conflict with the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. He did not expect his third brother would have a conflict with the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. "Third brother." Shiva Nu took a deep breath and glared at Shiva Ping. This time there was no need for Shiva Nu to remind him. Shiva Ping's eyes flashed with fear as he bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. "Young master, I shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Please forgive me." Since Shiva Ping was so sincere, Duan Lingtian did not make things difficult for them. He nodded and said, "Let's leave it at that." "Thank you, young master," Shiva Ping said apologetically. "Young master, it's rare for you to come to the Purple Revelation Heaven. Why don't you make a trip to the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven? I'm sure Lord Heavenly Emperor would welcome you with open arms." At this moment, even Hua Lao thought Duan Lingtian would decline. However, to Hua Lao's surprise, Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. "That's fine. However, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for my mother to deal with the Tuya sect before we can follow you to the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven." "It's fine. We can wait." Shiva Nu smiled warmly. At the same time, he asked curiously, "Young master, the Tuya sect is only a 6th grade sect. How is it related to your mother?" At the same time, Shiva Ping, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang only has a few in-name disciples, right? His true disciples must be the ones he values the most. They're not inferior to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword was destroyed. After that, he was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places. It's said that he gave a divine weapon to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. If he can give a divine weapon to someone else, he must have obtained other divine weapons in the Azura Hell as well. When Shiva Ping thought about this, a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes when he lowered his head. As the true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, this brat must have obtained a divine weapon from Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. A divine weapon? Even our Lord Heavenly Emperor doesn't have a divine weapon. Chapter 3404. In response to Shiva's question, Duan Lingtian briefly explained what had happened to his mother. When Shiva Nu heard this, he was furious. This Tuya sect is heartless. If all the sects in the Purple Revelation Heaven are like them, won't the Purple Revelation Heaven fall into chaos? A sect like this shouldn't exist in this world. Young Palace Master, just say the word, and I'll destroy the Tuya sect. Shiva Nu said righteously, "There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. My mother and the others can deal with it." Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile, After waiting for another day and night, Duan Lingtian finally saw his mother, Li Ro, and Huan. Huan was supporting Li Ro. Li Ro's expression was dark. It was obvious that she was not happy about destroying the Tuya sect. Behind the two of them was a group of women. There were young women and women. Most of them had red eyes, as if they had just been bullied and were extremely wronged. Tian Li Ro and Huan walked up to Duan Lingtian. I'd like to send them back to the elegant sect before leaving with you. Also, can you think of a way to protect them? Most of the elegant sect's powerhouses are gone. It's difficult for them to support the elegant sect. Even if I join them, it won't do. Li Ro said, Elder Li Ro. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, the elegant sect's disciples kneeled in the air and said, Please return to the elegant sect with us, Miss Huan, to preside over the situation. Li Ro might not be strong enough to protect the elegant sect, but Huan was strong enough. However, her strength was obvious to all. With such a female expert leading them, the elegant sect was destined to reach a higher level in the future. I've said this before, there's no room for discussion. It's impossible for me to stay in the elegant sect. As for Huan, it's even more impossible for me to let her stay in the elegant sect. Li Ro frowned and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. Before I leave, I'll take care of all of you so that you won't be bullied again. In the face of Li Ro's unfriendly tone, the group of female disciples from the elegant sect immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say anything else. They knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not weak. They could not disobey Li Ro's decision. Although there were a few elders among them who were stronger than Li Ro, Huan. The celestial lord from the Smudge Crow sect did not even last a second before he was killed by her. Lingtian, I know what I'm doing, Duan Lingtian said to Li Ro with a smile. Following that, he and Li Ro sent the elegant sect's disciples back to the sect. Then, under the reluctant gazes of the elegant sect's disciples, they left with Li Ro. Tian, Li Ro was slightly hesitant to speak, because Duan Lingtian did not tell her what he knew in his heart. Now that he had sent the group of elegant sect's female disciples back, he directly left as if he did not care about them. Mother, let's follow Senior Shiva Nu to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Purple Revelation Heaven. After that, I'll deal with the elegant sect, Duan Lingtian said to Li Ro with a smile. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to her. Mother, I plan to ask the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven for a favor so that he can take care of the elegant sect. I know you care about the elegant sect. Don't worry, I won't put them in danger again, Duan Lingtian said. Apart from his mother, he would not allow his mother and daughter to stay in the elegant sect. After all, there was no benefit to staying in the elegant sect. Naturally, he was grateful that his mother had stayed in the elegant sect for a long time. Therefore, before he left the Purple Revelation Heaven, he would arrange a way out for his mother. This was the reason he wanted to visit the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Shiva Nu's invitation so readily. Even Hua Lao was baffled when he agreed to Shiva Nu's invitation. The Purple Revelation Heaven isn't the solitary destructive heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's words are more important than anyone else's. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. That was why he had made such a decision. Big brother, I'll take my leave first. After arriving at the Purple Revelation Heaven's heavenly palace through the transportation formation, Shiva Ping bade farewell to Shiva Nu before he left. He did not even look at Duan Lingtian and the others before he left. However, when he left, his eyes were filled with greed. Alas, no one saw it. The Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven was located in a desolate wasteland. It was a huge floating island that towered above the clouds. From afar, it looked like a giant beast was crouching there. Lord Nu. From the moment Shiva Nu appeared at the entrance of the Purple Revelation Heaven's heavenly palace, The members of the heavenly palace addressed him respectfully as Lord Nu. As the strongest titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, Shiva Nu's status in the heavenly palace was second only to the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. Whenever the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven was absent, Shiva Nu would make important decisions on behalf of the heavenly emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor lives in the valley ahead, Shiva Nu said. The huge floating island was like a paradise. At this moment, Shiva Nu led Duan Lingtian to a secluded valley on the eastern side of the floating island. At this moment, Duan Rafeng and Li Ro had entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Only Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao followed Shiva Nu to the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation, heaven's little world. Hua Lao, long time no see. As soon as they entered the valley, Duan Lingtian saw a tall and burly figure standing in the only courtyard in the valley. The figure was smiling as he greeted Hua Lao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. The figure was an old man who was 9 meters tall. He had a buzz cut and was dressed in a golden robe. Based on his appearance, he looked like a nouveau riche on earth. So this is the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, the Taiyuan celestial emperor Tatu? During their journey to the purple revelation heaven, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven from Hua Lao. Lord Tatu. Elder Hua was very polite in front of a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm like Tatu. He smiled and bowed before he introduced Elder Hua to Duan Lingtian and Tatu. Greetings, heavenly emperor Tatu. Duan Lingtian bowed at Tatu. There's no need to be so courteous, my nephew. You're Feng Qingyang's true disciple. In terms of seniority, you're my junior nephew. If you're willing, you can call me junior uncle. Tatu laughed heartily. Although Duan Lingtian knew Tatu was flattering himself, he still had a favor to ask of Tatu, so he smiled and addressed Tatu as junior uncle. Junior nephew Duan, it's our first meeting, so I should give you a greeting gift. However, since you're Feng Qingyang's disciple, you should have everything you want. I'm sure you won't lack anything, so I won't embarrass myself. Tatu smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, how about this? I'll make you a promise. In the future, if you need my help, I'll do my best to help you. Tatu made such a promise as soon as he opened his mouth. Shiva Nu was shocked. He did not expect his heavenly emperor would be so generous to make such a promise. It was useless for an ordinary person to make such a promise. However, the person who made such a promise was Tatu, the heavenly emperor who controlled the entire purple revelation heaven. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Tatu's words. Since Tatu had said so, he did not have to take the initiative to ask for a favor. Junior Uncle Tatu, I have something I need your help with. Tatu was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask for his help as soon as he made a promise. He smiled wryly and said, Junior nephew Duan, although I'm not as strong as your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, my promise is still valuable. Are you going to use it like this? Junior Uncle Tatu, please don't misunderstand. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I don't think your promise is worthless. Your promise is very important to me. However, there are some things I have to ask for your help with. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn. Oh, Tatu looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Junior nephew Duan, it seems like I've misunderstood you. What do you need my help with? Please tell me. Junior Uncle Tatu, my mother. Under Tatu's gaze, Duan Lingtian briefly described his mother, Li Ro's situation. Finally, he talked about the elegant sect. Although the elegant sect is only a grade 7 sect, it's where my mother has lived for a long time. Moreover, my mother has some feelings for the elegant sect. Even if the elders and disciples of the elegant sect are still around, it's not enough to support a grade 7 sect. Therefore, I'd like to ask Junior Uncle Tattoo to give an order to the sects and clans around the Elegant sect to take care of the Elegant sect. There's no need for the Elegant sect to be promoted to a grade 6 sect. It's fine as long as the Elegant sect's foundation is preserved. Duan Lingtian said. Although he could make a trip to the major forces around the Elegant sect and use his powerful martial strength to force them to obey his words and help the Elegant sect, he could not do anything about it. However, he would not be able to solve the problem once and for all. After all, he was just an outsider to Zi Qitian. If Tattoo gave the order, things would be different. As long as Tattoo was the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, the Elegant sect would be safe and sound. That's it. Initially, Tattoo thought Duan Lingtian was going to ask him for help. However, he was rendered speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Junior nephew Duan, you're taking this too lightly. Do you really want to use my promise to you for such a small matter? Chapter 3405. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Tattoo's words. Junior Uncle Tattoo, you might think this is a small matter, but it's not a small matter to me. Whatever my mother cares about is of great importance to me. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he finished speaking. All right, Tattoo sighed. Your mother really has a good son. However, Junior nephew Duan, it's just a matter of saying a few words to me. I'll help you, but I won't use up the promise I made to you. Tattoo shook his head. Clearly, he did not intend to let Duan Lingtian use up the opportunity he had given him. In his opinion, there were only benefits to befriending the purple-clad young man. Most importantly, the purple-clad young man was the purple-clad young man. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven. Thank you, Junior Uncle Tattoo. Duan Lingtian thanked Tattoo repeatedly. Tattoo turned to Shiva Nu, who was standing at the side, and said, Anu, make a trip to the sects around the Elegant sect and pass on my orders. From now on, the Elegant sect will be under the protection of the Heavenly Palace. No one is allowed to interfere with its growth or loot a burning house. Otherwise, the Heavenly Palace will kill them. Tattoo's eyes flashed coldly as soon as he finished speaking. Yes, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Shiva Nu nodded and left. After Shiva Nu left, Tattoo asked Duan Lingtian to stay in the Heavenly Palace for a few days so he could bond with Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian rejected his offer. He had other things to attend to. Now that he had found his father, Feng Wu Dao, and his mother, it was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. This meant the people he was looking for must be in one of the Devata realms. Little Fei, Nian Tian, Xuanai, and junior sister Mu Yi's soul pearls are still intact. I must contact them as soon as possible. Because of Li Ro, Duan Lingtian felt a great sense of crisis. This time, if he and his father had not come to the Purple Revelation Heaven in time, his mother would have met with misfortune. With his mother's temperament, she would never have allowed the Tuya sect leader's scheme to succeed. In that case, I'll order someone to send you to the transporting formation in the solitary, destructive heaven. Tattoo smiled. Then he looked at Hualao and said, Hualao, if you're free in the future, you're welcome to visit the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. Thank you, Lord Tattoo. Hualao thanked him profusely. A moment later, the person that Tattoo found arrived. It was an old man in a gray robe. His every movement had an extraordinary bearing, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Young Palace Master, Hualao, please. The gray-clad old man looked at Duan Lingtian and Hualao with a wry smile on his face. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Tattoo, Duan Lingtian and Hualao followed the gray-clad old man to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. However, before they could reach the transporting formation, a huge figure appeared in the distance. Young Palace Master, Hualao, are you leaving? The figure was none other than Shiva Nu. Senior Shiva Nu, you haven't gone to the elegant sect yet. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he saw Shiva Nu was still in the heavenly palace. After all, Shiva Nu had left under Tatu's orders. He did not expect Shiva Nu was still in the heavenly palace. When I was about to leave, I wondered if the young palace master and elder He would leave the heavenly emperor palace after I left. It seems like my guess is right. Both of you are really leaving. I'm waiting here to send you off, Shiva Nu said with a grin. Shiva Nu grinned. His chubby face twitched, and his small eyes squinted at the right time. Thank you, Senior Shiva Nu. Duan Lingtian smiled dryly. You don't have to go through so much trouble. It's no trouble at all. The transporting formation in the heavenly palace is just ahead. Shiva Nu shook his head. Then he looked at the gray-clad old man who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian and Huolao. Liu, I'll personally send young palace master and Huolao to them. You can go about your business. Yes, Lord Nu. Although the gray-clad old man, Liu, was a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven, his strength was only above average in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. Naturally, he did not dare to show any disrespect to Shiva Nu, the strongest titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. In the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven, apart from the heavenly emperor, Shiva Nu was everyone's superior. After Liu left, Shiva Nu personally brought Duan Lingtian and Elder He to the transportation formation in the Devata realms. He was even more enthusiastic than before. Soon after, Shiva Nu brought Duan Lingtian and Huolao to the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. Two old men were standing guard on the stone platform. They were the guardians of the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. They were ordinary celestial emperors. After all, it was impossible for titled celestial emperors to be on duty in the transporting formations in the Devata realms. Lord Nu. When the two old men saw Shiva Nu, they bowed to him. Yes. Shiva Nu nodded slightly at the two old men before he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huolao and said with a sigh, Young master, Huolao, I don't know when we'll meet again. Senior Shiva Nu, you can come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for us when you're free. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, However, I won't be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for the time being, since I have many matters to attend to. However, I'll return once I'm done. We'll be waiting for you at any time. Huolao nodded at Shiva Nu, all right. Shiva Nu nodded. Then he watched as Duan Lingtian and Huolao landed on the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Elder He landed on the stone platform, Shiva Nu seemed to have sensed something and said, Both of you, please wait. Shiva Nu interrupted Duan Lingtian and Huolao, who were about to leave the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. Gentlemen, I just received a message from the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Shiva Nu frowned slightly as he looked at the two old men. HM? Duan Lingtian and Huolao looked at Shiva Nu curiously. Huolao. After a moment, Shiva Nu landed on the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. He looked at Huolao and said, Huolao, the Lord Heavenly Emperor has sent me a message saying that he forgot to give you something. He wants you to pass it to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I told the Lord Heavenly Emperor that I'll pass it to you, but he said it's inconvenient for me to pass it to you. Huolao, are you going to personally pass it to him? Shiva Nu asked. HM? Huolao frowned slightly when he heard Shiva Nu's words. This was too sudden. Moreover, what could the Heavenly Emperor of the Violet Revelation Heaven give to the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Huolao, you should go. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. It's not too far away. It'll only take you a dozen breaths. Junior Uncle Tatu is a good person. Don't keep him waiting. All right. Elder Hu glanced at Duan Lingtian before nodding. Then he turned into a ball of fire and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. Just as Elder Hu's figure disappeared into the distance, Shiva's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the next moment, bang, bang, two loud explosions rang in the air as the two celestial emperors guarding the transporting formation in the violet revelation heaven near Duan Lingtian exploded. Strangely enough, vitality could be felt from their bodies. The vitality did not come from the two celestial emperors, but from the power that killed them, the law of life. Meanwhile, boom, rumble. A series of explosions rang in the air as a towering tree appeared around Duan Lingtian and enveloped Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, the towering tree seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Barf! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood before he asked in a deep voice, "Senior Shiva Nu, what are you doing? You won't be able to escape even if you kill me. At that time, not only will my master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, but even Heavenly Emperor Tatu from the Purple Revelation, heaven won't let you go." Duan Lingtian's voice grew weaker as he said, "I'm curious. Why did you send Hor Lao away to kill me? Why do you hate me?" Ha ha ha. Shiva Nu laughed when he heard Duan Lingtian's weak voice. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so quick to dodge my attack." Shiva Nu, open your eyes and take a good look at who I am. As soon as Shiva Nu finished speaking, his fat body began to contort and shrink. In just a few moments, he had undergone an earth-shattering transformation, whether it was his body or his appearance. The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was Shiva Ping. He should not have appeared in the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. Shiva Ping had left the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace before Duan Lingtian, Hu Lao, and Shiva Nu entered the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. Now he was here. "I didn't expect it to be you." When Shiva Ping's true appearance appeared, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect Shiva Ping to have such a method to transform into Shiva Nu. He could not see any flaws in Shiva's Nu from the inside out. Otherwise, do you think my big brother would kill you? He has no enmity with you. Shiva Ping chuckled. "Why do you want to kill me?" Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. "Of course, it's for the divine artifact on you." Shiva Ping smiled coldly. Immediately, his celestial origin energy roared out, fused with the law of life, and rushed toward Duan Lingtian. The violent aura of life wreaked havoc in the void. "Brat, if it wasn't for time, I would have tortured you slowly. Now go to hell." Chapter 3406. Whoosh! Whoosh! The law of life was similar to the law of wood in that it could heal injuries. However, it could also be used to harm or kill people. Now that Shiva Ping had made his move, the silhouette of a strange, snake-like plant appeared around him. It was green in color and had long thorns all over its body. His law of life was infused with his celestial origin energy, and it emitted a sharp aura. When it shot toward Duan Lingtian, it turned into tens of thousands of saber rays that were about to engulf Duan Lingtian's godly idol Dharma body and Duan Lingtian. At this moment, all of a sudden, boom, rumble. Just as Shiva Ping's attack was about to touch the pine willow divine tree, bursts of burning flames appeared in front of the pine willow divine tree's godly image, blocking Shiva Ping's ferocious attack. The flame was monstrous, and the momentum was terrifying. Shiva Ping's expression changed drastically when he saw the figure in the flame. It was an old man in a fiery red robe who seemed to have become one with the flame. Why is he here? Didn't he leave? The person who had appeared in front of the pine willow divine tree and blocked Shiva Ping's attack was none other than the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor, Hu Lao. In Shiva Ping's opinion, This person was not supposed to be here. This person should have been sent away by him. Hulao! I thought it was Shiva Nu who was trying to do something. I didn't expect it to be Shiva Ping instead. When Hua Lao blocked Shiva Ping's attack, Duan Lingtian's voice sounded again. He was full of energy and did not look injured at all. The next moment, Shiva Ping saw the towering tree disappear, and a young man in purple stood there unharmed. He was looking at Shiva Ping with a mocking expression. Are you curious why Hua Lao didn't leave? Duan Lingtian looked at Shiva Ping and asked. As Shiva Ping's expression darkened, Duan Lingtian continued. Earlier, when you said that Celestial Emperor Tetu had sent you a message and asked you to bring Hua Lao over, I was thinking, even if Celestial Emperor Tetu wanted to send a message, he would have sent it to the person who brought us here. There's no way he would have sent it to you. In the eyes of Celestial Emperor Tetu, you've already left the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace on his orders. At that time, I felt that something was wrong, so I asked Hua Lao to pretend to leave and hide nearby. I wanted to see what you wanted to do by sending him away. Never would I have thought that you would actually want to kill me. Of course, I originally thought that it was Shiva Nu who sent Hua Lao away, but I didn't expect that Shiva Nu was just an illusion created by you. A flawless illusion, really impressive. That must be your innate ability, right? Duan Lingtian could tell that Shiva Ping wasn't human but a plant life form. He was most likely one of those plants that specialized in illusions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to impersonate Shiva Nu so well. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Shiva Ping. Shiva Ping's expression darkened. He finally realized that there was a flaw in his performance earlier. Without any hesitation, Shiva Ping's eyes flashed. Then he turned into a plant that looked like the shadow he had just shown and fled into the distance. He was like a long, emerald green dragon that left a green light in its wake. Trying to escape? Hua Lao sneered. With a wave of his hand, the 7 treasures jewel pagoda flew out and caught up to Shiva Ping at an even faster speed. Then it grabbed him by the waist and suppressed him. Bang! Shiva Ping crashed to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the 7 treasures jewel pagoda. Young Palace Master, I was just joking with you. Spare me, please. Shiva Ping begged Duan Lingtian for mercy when he saw he couldn't break free from the 7 treasures jewel pagoda. Now he obviously knew that if he didn't admit defeat and beg for mercy, then he would die for sure. Didn't you want the Devata artifact in my possession? Duan Lingtian said mockingly. What? You don't want it anymore? Young Palace Master, I was just joking. Shiva Ping said. Why do you think I have a Devata artifact in my possession? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. After Heavenly Emperor Feng, Qingyang, came out of the Azura Hell, it's obvious he obtained more than one Devata artifact. He even gave one to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage, Celestial Emperor. This isn't a secret in the Devata realms. Even my elder brother, said the Lord Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation, Heaven, thinks Feng Qingyang must have obtained more than 2 Devata artifacts in the Azura Hell. Of course, I'm not sure. However, I think if Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang obtained the 3rd Devata artifact, he would definitely give it to you, his only true disciple. Shiva Ping said cooperatively. I see. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he said, So, you're tempted by the 7 treasures jewel pagoda? Young Palace Master, please spare me. Please spare me, young Palace Master. Shiva Ping begged. He could sense the killing intent in Hua Lao's eyes when he controlled the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Shiva Ping, I'm afraid you don't know. Although I'm the true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, I haven't seen him in person, right? Without seeing him in person, he can't give me the Devata artifact, even if he wants to. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. When Duan Lingtian's words entered Shiva Ping's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. and it made him feel that his risk was so laughable. He thought he had a chance to obtain the Devata artifact, but not only had his plan failed, but Shiva Ping also told him that he hadn't seen Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang in person. "Young palace master, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my big brother won't let you off," Shiva Ping cried out. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Shiva Ping's words. "Is that so? Hulao! Since he wants to see his big brother's attitude, let's take him to Heavenly Emperor Tattoo. I'd like to see how Heavenly Emperor Tattoo plans to deal with him," Duan Lingtian said to Hulao. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua went to see Tattoo, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Tattoo was slightly taken aback by their sudden return. "Martial Uncle Tattoo." In just a few words, Duan Lingtian explained the entire sequence of events. Instantly, Tattoo's face darkened. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. I was blinded by greed. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please spare my life on account of my elder brother's many years of loyalty to you." Shiva Ping repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy in front of the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Tattoo ignored Shiva Ping's pleas. After a while, he said indifferently, "I've sent a message to your big brother, Shiva Nu. He said, you'll have to take responsibility for the trouble you've caused. He said, he's done enough cleaning up your mess over the years. Now that you've offended the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he won't be able to protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, Shiva Ping's eyes were filled with despair. Celestial Emperor Tattoo didn't make a move, but Shiva Ping's body was surrounded by a strange black mist. Then, as the black mist fell, Shiva Ping turned into a pool of blood, leaving only a storage ring lying there quietly. "Junior nephew Duan, are you satisfied with what I've done?" Tattoo asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Thank you, Martial Uncle Tattoo." Duan Lingtian thanked Tattoo. Just as Duan Lingtian and Hulao were about to leave, Tattoo said, "Junior nephew Duan, Shiva Nu won't take Shiva Ping's death to heart. In fact, they're not blood-related brothers. Shiva Nu merely treated Shiva Ping as his brother after spending so much time together. All these years, Shiva Ping had offended many people because Shiva Nu was the strongest titled celestial emperor under my command. In the end, Shiva Nu had to clean up after him. This time, the execution of Shiva Ping was Shiva Nu's idea. Therefore, please don't vent your anger on Shiva Nu because of Shiva Ping." Tattoo defended Shiva's Nu. "Don't worry, Martial Uncle Tattoo. I'm not the type to vent my anger on others." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Heavenly Emperor Tattoo, Duan Lingtian and Hulao left the Purple Revelation Heaven through the transporting formation in the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Duan Lingtian had spent a lot of time in the Purple Revelation Heaven. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ro, cared too much about the elegant sect. Based on Duan Lingtian's understanding of his mother, he was certain Li Ro would not let go of the elegant sect so easily. Although Li Ro did not say anything about it, Duan Lingtian could feel the weight on her shoulders had been lifted off her shoulders. She had asked Tattoo, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, to help with the matters of the elegant sect. It was obvious Li Ro was much more relaxed than before. Let's continue looking for them. After leaving the Purple Revelation Heaven, Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua continued to travel to the Devata realms to search for the person he was looking for. Little Fei, Nian Tian, Xuanai, and junior sister Mui, which Devata realms are you in? Currently, as Duan Lingtian found more and more people, he had a better understanding of the situation of his friends and family. Apart from the few people he had found and Kerr who was still in the divine offering land, Li Fei, Duan Nian Tian, Han Xuanai, and Mui Yi were the only ones who were still alive. The others were dead. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was eager to find the few of them who were still alive as soon as possible, lest something happened to them again. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard about Li Ro. Elder brother Duan, I have a response from senior sister Mu Yi. After visiting another 10 Devata realms, Feng Tianwu's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His eyes lit up immediately. Currently, Duan Lingtian was in a Devata realm called the Luo River Heaven. Where's junior sister Mu Yi? Although Mu Yi was not younger than him, she was the junior sister of Duan Lingtian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. As for Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, she had to address Mu Yi, the successor of the Prophet progeny, as senior sister. End of chapter. Chapter 3407. Mu Yi, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 Absolute sect in the Saint Province realm, was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. In the past, she was brought to the divine offering land by Yun Qinyan from the Yun clan along with Duan Lingtian's family and friends. After that, she was sent back to the mundane realm by Xiajia, the third master of the Xia clan. However, Mu Yi did not return to the Saint Province realm. Instead, she was sent to another mundane realm. With her strength and her innate talent after being baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, she was able to ascend to the Luo River Heaven in the Devata realm without a hitch. Mu Yi rose to prominence in the Luo River Heaven. No matter where she went, she was regarded as a prodigy. Currently, she was the prodigy of the Luo River sect, a heaven-grade force in the Luo River Heaven. The Luo River sect was a heaven-grade force and the strongest force in the Luo River Heaven. Even the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven was located in the Luo River sect. The Luo River sect had always been affiliated with the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the master of the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven, would be the sect leader of the Luo River sect. For this reason, the Luo River sect had a transcendent status in the Luo River Heaven. The Luo River sect status in the Luo River Heaven was similar to the Qilin clan status in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The only difference was that the Qilin clan and the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven were separate. On the other hand, the Luo River sect and the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven were one entity. Junior sister Yi. Mu Yi was a 4-phenomenon celestial lord and a disciple of the saint girl of the Luo River sect. The saint girl of the Luo River sect was the daughter of the current clan leader of the Luo River Heaven, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. When Duan Lingtian saw Mu Yi again, he almost could not recognize her. Senior Duan. At this moment, Mu Yi was dressed in a white robe that was whiter than snow. Her aura was cold and unapproachable. She gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as though she was not Mu Yi, but someone else. Moreover, when Mu Yi greeted Duan Lingtian, her voice was cold and distant. She was unlike the Mu Yi in the past. In the past, although Mu Yi was not very passionate, she was still very friendly to Duan Lingtian. Looks like she has changed a lot in the past 300 years. Duan Lingtian secretly thought, Heaven sect. Duan Lingtian was just about to tell Mu Yi that he planned to bring her away with him and give her a better cultivation environment. Although Mu Yi had changed a little, he believed her nature was still the same. Heaven's God of heaven's heaven, heaven God, heaven heaven divine divine divine, heaven divine heaven divine, heaven divine heaven divine, heaven and apart from the divine tree of life. There were also the 5 divine elements and the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. It would be disastrous for him if he was exposed. If Mu Yi was the same as before, he wouldn't be so wary of her. But now he couldn't help but be wary of her. Senior brother Duan, who's this? Mu Yi interrupted Duan Lingtian before he could finish speaking. Her gaze fell on Hua Lao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian. This is Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian introduced Mu Yi to Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he saw Mu Yi. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Young master, I can sense 2 soul auras on your junior sister. 2 soul auras? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. What do you mean? It seems like the possession isn't complete. Hua Lao replied. Possession? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. He had heard about possession when he was in the mundane realm. In fact, he had almost been possessed by the reincarnation Emperor Wu when his soul had first transmigrated to the Saint Province realm from the Yanhuang realm. At that time, the rebirth Martial Emperor had gone for Wu and come home shorn because his soul did not belong to the Saint Province realm. Due to this reason, the rebirth Martial Emperor had gone for Wu and come home shorn. Duan Lingtian had accepted all of Duan Lingtian's memories, allowing him to progress smoothly. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories had gradually lost their effect, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories had helped Duan Lingtian a lot. It was the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories that had helped Duan Lingtian build a strong foundation. In the Devata realms, it's not that easy to possess a celestial soul, right? Even if a celestial emperor wants to possess a heavenly celestial, the heavenly celestial would have to destroy his own body to prevent the celestial emperor from possessing him, right? Moreover, in the Devata realms, it's said that even if one succeeds, one's cultivation base will remain stagnant. For this reason, unless it's a last resort, very few people would attempt possession. Duan Lingtian expressed his doubts through voice transmission. Indeed, Hua Lao replied through voice transmission, however, I feel that way. Tian Wu, why haven't you come out yet? At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled that Feng Tianwu had contacted Mu Yi and arranged for her to meet them outside the Luo River sect. However, Feng Tianwu did not seem to have any intention of coming out. Elder brother Duan, I don't know if I'm mistaken, but I have a feeling that senior sister Mu Yi is a little strange. Not just now, even when we were talking, she gave me the feeling that she was a completely different person. Feng Tianwu said. This was why Feng Tianwu did not come out to meet Mu Yi. She felt that Mu Yi was not the same Mu Yi as before. The current Mu Yi gave her a very unfamiliar feeling. For this reason, Feng Tianwu hesitated to leave Duan Lingtian's little world and reunite with Mu Yi. Duan Lingtian glanced at Mu Yi. It was not difficult to see the joy in her eyes when she saw him and Tian Wu again. Duan Lingtian's heart sank immediately. Could it be that junior sister Mu Yi's body had been possessed? Young master, I suggest we bring her away. I can feel the faint soul aura in her body. It should belong to her. Moreover, the other soul didn't destroy her soul. It's more like it's assimilating her soul. Hua Lao said. Assimilating her soul? Duan Lingtian frowned. That's right. Assimilating her soul. Elder Hua nodded. By assimilating her soul, you'll be able to inherit all of her memories. Moreover, this way you'll be able to perfectly take over her body without any side effects. However, I'm afraid not everyone is capable of such a feat even among titled celestial emperors. It's rare to find someone capable of such a feat. A hint of dread could be heard in Hua Lao's voice when he finished speaking. Then let's bring her away, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Based on the current situation, Mu Yi did not seem to be in any danger. However, it would not be a small matter if her soul was possessed. All right, Hua Lao replied as he restrained Mu Yi. Then he brought her and Duan Lingtian away from the Luo River sect's monastery. The disciples guarding the entrance of the Luo River sect were stunned when they saw this. When they regained their senses, their expressions changed drastically. Junior sister Mu Yi has been taken away. Quick, inform the elders. Quick, Tell the elders to inform the saint girl. If anything happens to junior sister Mu-i-i, the saint girl will kill us all." While the Luo River sect's monastery was in chaos, Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao had already teleported to another Devata realm through the transportation formation. For safety reasons, they returned to the heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven. "Senior Duan, what are you doing?" After returning to the heavenly palace, Hua Lao finally released Mu-i from his restraints. Since Mu-i was unconscious, she did not know where she was. However, when she saw the unfamiliar surroundings, she knew Duan Lingtian had taken her away from the Luo River sect. "Who are you? Why did you possess junior sister Mu-i?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Mu-i coldly. "Senior Duan, what are you talking about? What do you mean by possessed?" Mu-i was stunned for a moment. She frowned and asked, but in the depths of her eyes there was an imperceptible trace of panic that flashed past. Although it was only for a moment, it was still discovered by Duan Lingtian, who was extremely observant. "Hua Lao, how do we deal with this situation?" Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao. In his opinion, since Hua Lao had asked Mu-i to take Mu-i away, he must know what to do next. "I have already sent a message to Heavenly Emperor Hanyin. He's skilled in soul attacks. He should be able to deal with this," Hua Lao said. Not long after Elder Hua's words left his mouth, a middle-aged man with a medium build and a head of messy dark green hair flew over from afar. "Heavenly Emperor Hanyin, Mo-he, greets the young master." The middle-aged man bowed to Duan Lingtian. His disheveled dark green hair fluttered in the absence of wind like numerous dark green pythons dancing in the wind. Duan Lingtian only glanced at his hair, and he could not help but lose his mind. "Senior Mo-he." Duan Lingtian quickly returned greeting. At the same time, he said, "Hua Lao must have told you about this, right?" "Yes." Mo-he nodded as he looked at Mu-i. His eyes shone with a green light as a powerful soul energy shot toward Mu-i along with his divine consciousness. "I don't care who you are. If you dare to mess around, my mother won't let you off." Mu-i's expression changed drastically when she saw Mo-he's soul energy. She glared at Mo-he as she said, "My mother is the sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven." The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven? Her mother? Mo-he was frightened by Mu-i's words. He had no choice but to stop attacking. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao curiously. "You finally admit it?" Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at Mu-i. To be more precise, he looked at Mu-i, who was being controlled by another soul. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3408. The sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, gave birth to a pair of twins. One of the twin sisters was the current holy maiden of the Luo River sect, while the other was the owner of Mu-i's soul that had taken over her body. After the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven gave birth to the twins, the younger sister's body was severely damaged and could not possibly survive. However, she still forcibly extracted her younger daughter's soul and placed it in her eldest daughter's body. Although she claimed to have only one daughter, the truth was that her eldest daughter had two daughters' souls in her eldest daughter's body. Naturally, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven would not allow her eldest daughter to possess her youngest daughter's body. However, before she could find a suitable body for her youngest daughter's soul could only remain in her eldest daughter's body. For many years, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven had yet to find a suitable body for her youngest daughter. It was only when Mu-i entered the Luo River sect that the saint girl of the Luo River sect took a liking to and accepted her as a disciple that many disciples of the Luo River sect envied. After all, the saint girl of the Luo River sect had never accepted a disciple before. Although the Luo River sect had a sect leader, since the sect leader was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. The saint girl of the Luo River sect was in charge of all matters in the sect. The saint girl was equivalent to the acting sect leader. Her status in the Luo River sect was second only to the sect leader. All the titled celestial emperors in the Luo River sect obeyed the saint girl of the Luo River sect. Mu-yi was unaware that she was targeted by the saint girl of the Luo River sect. The saint girl of the Luo River sect wanted her twin sister to possess Mu-yi's body. Since the saint girl of the Luo River sect wanted to possess Mu-yi's body, the saint girl of the Luo River sect had taken great care of Mu-yi. When Mu-yi let her guard down and did not think the saint girl of the Luo River sect would harm her, the saint girl of the Luo River sect ordered Mu-yi to possess Mu-yi's body. In fact, Mu-yi did not even have the strength to resist. Soul return in 100 years. I'll be able to completely assimilate her soul, possess her body, and merge with her memories to become her. The saint girl of Luo River sect was called Feng Jian, while her twin sister was called Feng Jian Shui. At this moment, Feng Jian Shui's heart was filled with unwillingness and panic. If she had known that she would be seen through, she wouldn't have followed Mu-yi's memories and walked out of the Luo River sect to meet Mu-yi's so-called senior martial brother. She never thought that she would be taken away as soon as they met. Furthermore, he was taken away after being knocked unconscious. When Feng Jian Shui woke up, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Mu-yi's senior brother, Duan Lingtian, had also found an expert who specialized in soul attacks. The strength of this powerhouse was extremely strong. Just by approaching her soul, she felt an extremely terrifying pressure, pressuring her soul to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. Although Duan Lingtian's twin sister was a titled celestial emperor, Duan Lingtian's soul did not grow as fast as her twin sister's soul. Her sister's soul was now at the 9 palaces celestial emperor level. On the other hand, her soul was only at the level of a 10 directions celestial lord. She was much weaker than her sister. You finally admit it. Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at Mu-yi. In other words, the person before him was no longer Mu-yi. She was merely a person who had inherited part of Mu-yi's memories. Mu-yi was his junior martial sister. She was the successor of the 7 absolute sect's second absolute, the prophet progeny. Even if Mu-yi was in trouble, he would not just stand by and do nothing. Moreover, he was also partly responsible for Mu-yi's predicament. If it were not for him, Mu-yi would not have been taken to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. Mu-yi's life had changed because of that incident. If Mu-yi had not been taken to the divine offering land, she would not have been in the Luo River sect. After all, the Luo River sect valued disciples based on their innate talent and comprehension ability. The reason Mu-yi had grown so quickly and was even accepted as a disciple by the Luo River sect saintess was because of her innate talent and comprehension ability that had undergone a complete transformation after experiencing the baptism of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the world of divine offering. Duan Lingtian, Mu-yi said after taking a deep breath. Mu-yi took a deep breath, and her expression softened slightly. Mu-yi's soul has almost been completely fused with by me. Even if I leave her body now, she won't be able to receive it in one piece, and she might even lose her intelligence. I know she's your junior martial sister. How about this? If you don't touch me and send me back to the Luo River sect, I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, my sister and my mother will find out sooner or later that you're behind this. Before I left the Luo River sect, I sent a message to my sister and told her what I was going to do. At the same time, I told her about you, Duan Lingtian, Mu-yi's senior martial brother from the 7 Absolutes sect in the Saint Province realm. Mu-yi's words were laced with a hint of threat. You won't be able to return in one piece. You won't be able to return in one piece. Duan Lingtian looked at Mo. He skeptically. She's telling the truth. Mo, he nodded. His expression was solemn as he said, "It's obvious most of the other soul has been assimilated. Even if the remaining soul accepts this body, there will be many problems. It's basically impossible for it to return to its original state." Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. His eyes flashed fiercely as he said in a deep voice, "What if I ask her to devour the soul that has taken over her body?" Ha ha ha. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Mu Yi laughed. "It's useless. Her soul doesn't have the ability to devour my soul. Even if it does, I won't let her have her way. Duan Lingtian, you only have one choice now. Send me back to the Luo River sect. That way, you'll be able to form a good relationship with me. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can look for me in the Luo River sect. My sister is a leftover disciple of the Luo River sect. My mother is the sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. It's your fortune to be able to form a good relationship with me. Ordinary people don't have the chance to form such a good relationship with me." Mu Yi looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on her expression, it was as though she had Duan Lingtian in the bag. Naturally, she was only saying this to placate Duan Lingtian. She had already made up her mind. Once Duan Lingtian sent her back to the Luo River Heaven and the Luo River sect, she would definitely kill Duan Lingtian. Once they arrived at the Luo River sect, Duan Lingtian's life would be in the palm of her hand. Earlier, after Mu Yi had regained consciousness, she had secretly sent a few messages to her sister. However, there was no response. She had also sent messages to her mother and the others, but there was still no response. Under such circumstances, she knew she had been taken away from the Luo River Heaven. Currently, she was no longer in the Luo River Heaven. Junior sister Mu Yi. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. Initially, he thought it was a good thing that his junior sister Mu Yi was still alive. He did not expect her to be in a state worse than death. Moreover, there was no way he could save her now. Earlier, Hualao had told him about Mo He's ability. Even in the Devata realms, Mo He's attainments in soul attacks were one of the best. Even a godly being can't save her. Duan Lingtian asked Mo, he through voice transmission, "Young master, it's useless even if a godly being makes a move. Her soul is damaged and it's irreversible." Mo, he replied through voice transmission, "All right." Duan Lingtian replied. When he looked at Mu Yi again, he enunciated each word clearly as he said, "Since we can't save junior sister Mu Yi, we'll just have to destroy the soul that's currently occupying her body. Even if junior sister Mu Yi's soul isn't sentient after taking over her body, at least she'll still be alive." Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Mu Yi's expression changed drastically. "Do you know what you're doing? You're murdering the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. My beloved daughter. If you dare to kill me, you'll be finished, and the people around you will be finished as well," Mu Yi said sternly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Mo, he smiled bitterly. "Young master, are you sure you want to do this? If what she said is true, she's the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Killing the daughter of a heavenly emperor was undoubtedly a crazy thing to do. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was not as strong as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was still hesitant. "Senior Mo, go ahead and do it. I'll bear the consequences. Hualao can bear witness to this," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Hualao. Hualao looked at Mo, and said, "Mo, let's do it. She's just the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Even if she knows the young master is behind this, there's nothing she can do." Upon hearing Hualao's words, Mo, no longer hesitated. His soul energy surged out of his body and shrouded Mu Yi. In an instant, Mu Yi's face began to distort. She appeared exceptionally sinister. After a short moment, her eyes began to flicker with a demonic light. Ah! Mu Yi's screams of pain and misery came out of her mouth, making one's hair stand on end. Duan Ling Tian, who are you? Mu Yi asked Duan Ling Tian reluctantly as she cried. Based on Elder Hua's words, she could tell Duan Ling Tian was not simple. Based on Mu Yi's memories, Duan Ling Tian was only the Duan Ling Tian in the Saint Province realm. This is the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Hua Lao said, Young Master is the only true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 3409. What? Why, you're the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Mu Yi was in pain, she was still shocked by Elder Hua's words. She stared at Duan Ling Tian as though she was in a daze. After a while, Mu Yi felt her soul was about to collapse. She cried out, Duan Ling Tian, I know the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is stronger than my mother, but do you know who my father is? My father. Before Mu Yi could finish her sentence, her soul was completely destroyed by Mo He. Since Mo, he was a titled celestial emperor who specialized in soul attacks, it was easy for him to destroy Feng Jianshui's soul. After all, Feng Jianshui's soul was only a 10 directions celestial lord. It took him so long to destroy Feng Jianshui's soul because he had to protect Mu Yi's soul. If he did not have to worry about that, he could easily destroy Feng Jianshui and Mu Yi's souls with just a thought. All right. Mu Yi's eyes dimmed when he withdrew his hand. Then, a hint of light returned to her eyes. However, when she looked at He, her eyes were dull and lifeless. Who are you? Mu Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions with a hint of fear in her eyes. She looked like a 3-year-old girl who was frightened by the twang of a bow. Although Duan Ling Tian had mentally prepared himself, his heart still sank when he saw Mu Yi's reaction. In his mind, junior apprentice sister Mu Yi appeared. Her elegant demeanor was completely different from the person in front of him. Hua Lao, are you sure that woman's soul has been destroyed? Duan Ling Tian asked Hua Lao. Yes. Hua Lao nodded. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and contacted Feng Tianwu in his small world. Tianwu, I'm afraid I'll need you to take care of and guide junior sister Mu Yi for a while. The current Mu Yi was like a little girl who wasn't very sensible and needed guidance. As the person who was most familiar with Mu Yi, Feng Tianwu was undoubtedly the best choice. Elder brother Duan, leave it to me. Feng Tianwu had also witnessed what had happened just now with her own eyes. Now, when she responded, her tone was also a little heavy and trembling. She used to be so elegant and beautiful, but now she seemed to have lost her intelligence. After Tianwu brought Mu Yi into his little world, Duan Ling Tian looked at He and thanked him repeatedly. Senior He, thank you for your help. Young master, you're too polite. It's Mo's honor to be able to help you. He smiled. Senior He, please don't tell anyone about this. When Duan Ling Tian recalled the words of the woman who had taken over Mu Yi's body earlier, he knew he had to be extra careful. He even hoped that the woman's mother, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, would not come looking for him so soon. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for her to find the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the other party only knew his name at most. She only knew his name, but she did not know which Devata realm he was in or where he was. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't worry, young master. I won't tell anyone about this. He hurriedly replied. What a joke! If the woman whose soul he had destroyed was not lying, she was the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not afraid of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. However, he was only an ordinary titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven found out he had killed her daughter, he would most likely die. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if news of this spreads, I'll say I'm the one who destroyed her soul. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he sighed in relief. At the same time, he was even more certain that he could not tell anyone about this. It would be best if he acted as though nothing had happened. After he left, Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao and asked, Hualao, based on her words, it seems like her father is not as simple as he seems. Do you know who the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's 2 daughters are? Duan Lingtian asked. I don't know. Hualao shook his head. He was not privy to such gossip. I can ask the others about this, but it's not appropriate for me to ask now. You mustn't ask. Duan Lingtian hastily stopped Duan Lingtian. If you ask now, it'll only hasten the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's arrival. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't returned yet. If she comes, it'll be difficult for us to deal with her. She'll come. Hualao was taken aback. Then he shook his head and smiled. She doesn't have the guts to do that, unless she really cares about her daughter and wants to avenge her at all costs. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to completely fall out with His Majesty. At most, she would just hold him accountable. She'll only blame Lord Heavenly Emperor for this, Hualao said. Naturally, Hualao's words were based on the premise that the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was weaker than Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, all of this would just be Elder Hua's hypothesis without any evidence, and it would not be valid. In the Luo River heaven, after Mu Yi was abducted, the entire Luo River sect was in an uproar. As the leader of the Luo River sect, the saint girl of the Luo River sect, Feng Jianyu, personally left the sect to search for Mu Yi. Alas, all the powerhouses in the Luo River sect searched for Mu Yi's whereabouts, but to no avail. Where did that Duan Lingtian take my sister? Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the Luo River sect, asked. She was dressed in a silver robe and was surrounded by a faint white light. There were 2 old women standing behind Feng Jianyu. One of them was dressed in a loose white robe, while the other was dressed in a loose black robe. Both of them exuded a cold aura. All of a sudden, swoosh! Feng Jianyu's expression changed drastically. Just a moment ago, she subconsciously glanced at the space in her storage ring again, only to discover that a soul bead that had been intact a quarter of an hour ago was now shattered. Of the 2 soul orbs that were placed next to each other, one was broken while the other was intact. Sister. Feng Jianyu's pupils shrank as her heart trembled. The shattered soul pearl belonged to her younger sister, Feng Jianshui. Apart from her mother and a few close friends, she was the only one who knew about Feng Jianshui's existence. My sister is dead. Mu Yi's soul pearl is intact. Did Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi's senior brother, discover that Mu Yi's body had been possessed and destroyed his sister's soul before returning her body to Mu Yi? A terrifying murderous aura surged out of Feng Jianyu's body as she thought to herself. Her eyes shone with killing intent, as though she was about to devour someone. Saint girl. The 2 old women standing behind Feng Jianyu were shocked as well. Did something happen to Miss Yi? Although they were titled celestial emperors in the Luo River sect, they were unaware that Feng Jianyu had a younger sister and another daughter of the sect leader of the Luo River sect. Elders, please continue to search for the person who kidnapped Mu Yi. I'll return to the sect to see my mother. After Feng Jianyu said this, she left in a flash, as if she had disappeared into thin air. Feng Jianyu returned to the Luo River sect. The Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Luo River Heavenly Palace was located in the Luo River sect's territory. However, it was located in a secluded area and was considered a forbidden area. Without permission, no elders or disciples of the Luo River sect were allowed to enter. Mother. When Feng Jian Yu found her mother, Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Situ Zhuqing was in closed-door cultivation to comprehend profundities. A mansion stood on top of the vast stone platform. It was Situ Zhuqing's residence. Situ Zhuqing usually lived in this place. Situ Zhuqing, who was cultivating in her room, opened her eyes when she heard her eldest daughter's anxious voice. She immediately rushed out of her room. Why are you so anxious? What happened? Situ Zhuqing knew her daughter very well. She was usually calm and collected, and it was rare for her to lose her composure like this. Now that she saw her daughter losing her composure, she knew something must have happened in the Luo River sect. Moreover, it was most likely something that she had to deal with. Mother. Upon seeing Situ Zhuqing, Feng Jinyu immediately knelt down and lowered her head. Please punish me. What's wrong? Situ Zhuqing's frown deepened. Mother, it's my fault for not taking good care of little sister. Please punish me. Feng Jinyu said as her body trembled. Situ Zhuqing's expression changed drastically. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced at the soul bead of her youngest daughter, Feng Jianshui. She discovered that the soul bead had shattered. No. Situ Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she tried her best to suppress her voice so only her daughter could hear her, a terrifying aura surged out of her body and struck Feng Jinyu. Feng Jinyu had no choice but to circulate her celestial origin energy to defend herself. The storm came out of nowhere. Then, like a shower, it disappeared. After losing her composure, Situ Zhuqing's expression returned to normal. However, her expression was still cold as she asked in a deep voice, Speak. What happened? Why did Shui die? Didn't she already possess Mu Yi's body? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on her and not let her leave the Luo River sect? As she spoke, Situ Zhuqing's tone turned cold and stern. There was no lack of reproach in her tone. In the depths of her eyes, there was an ice-cold killing intent that seemed to shoot out from her eyes. Her face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of ice. Chapter 34:10. Mother, this is what happened. Facing Situ Zhuqing's question, Feng Jianyu did not dare to hesitate. She quickly told her everything that had happened. 2 days ago, I received a message. Naturally, the message wasn't meant for Sister. After all, Sister's existence is only known to a few of us. That message was sent to Mu Yi. However, Mu Yi's soul did not respond to the message. It was Sister's soul that interpreted the message through Mu Yi's soul and learned that Mu Yi had a senior brother named Duan Lingtian in the mundane realm who was looking for her. Duan Lingtian's senior brother was the reason she was taken to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. Based on the memories Sister obtained from assimilating Mu Yi's soul, it was because of Duan Lingtian that Mu Yi was taken to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. After that, they were separated. Mu Yi and Duan Lingtian's friends and family were forced to stay in the divine offering land. At that time, Mu Yi's body experienced the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land and gained her innate talent. Initially, I thought Mu Yi's body was the most suitable for Sister. I didn't expect Sister would die because of Mu Yi's body. Feng Jianyu's expression was unsightly when she spoke. She did not expect something would happen to her sister. A few days ago, Sister received a message from Mu Yi's junior sister named Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Duan Lingtian were disciples of the same sect in the Saint Province realm. That sect was called the Seven Absolute Sect. Mother, you should know, little sister usually tells me everything, including the memories of Mu Yi that she received when she was assimilating her soul. In that secular sect, the 7 Absolute sect, Duan Lingtian is the successor of the first Absolute, the Misty Rain branch. Mu Yi is the successor of the second Absolute, the Divination branch. Feng Tianwu is the successor of the 5th Absolute, the Blazing Phoenix branch. Feng Jianyu told him everything she knew. 2 days ago, that Duan Lingtian came to visit and said a few words to Mu Yi, who was possessed by her sister. Then he ordered his men to kidnap her. At that time, the disciples guarding the entrance of our Luo River sect couldn't even react in time. However, they clearly remembered Duan Lingtian's appearance and even described it. As for the old man behind Duan Lingtian who looked like a follower, they didn't pay much attention to him, so they couldn't remember his appearance. As Feng Jinyu spoke, she took out a portrait and passed it to Situ Zhuqing. There was a lifelike portrait of a young man on the portrait. If someone who knew Duan Lingtian was here, they would definitely be shocked. Not only did the portrait depict Duan Lingtian's appearance, but it also captured Duan Lingtian's aura. Duan Lingtian? Situ Zhuqing took the portrait and stared at the young man in the portrait. She gritted her teeth and asked, since Shui, Er's soul has been destroyed, does that mean Mu Yi's soul has also been destroyed? Situ Zhuqing had Feng Jian Shui's soul pearl. However, she did not have Mu Yi's soul pearl. That's right. For this reason, I think Duan Lingtian is targeting Little Sister. He must have discovered that Little Sister has taken over Mu Yi's body, so he made a move to abduct her. Feng Jian, you speculated in a deep voice. Good, good. Very good. Although Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, agreed to Feng Jianyu's suggestion, her eyes gleamed with killing intent. Killing intent surged from her eyes as she looked at Feng Jianyu. Since Shui didn't contact me to tell me what happened after that, there are 2 possibilities. Shui Er's communication was restricted. For example, her soul was imprisoned, and before the restriction was released, Shui Er's soul was destroyed. The second possibility is that the seal on Shui Er's soul was lifted. However, since Shui is no longer in the Luo River Heaven, I wouldn't be able to receive her message. Feng Jianyu continued to speak. Investigate. You must find out who he is. Situ Zizhu said coldly, if you can't find any clues in the Devata realms, send someone to the mundane realm called the Saint Province realm. Find Duan Lingtian's descendants and kill all of them. If you can't find out who he is, kill all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. All the living beings in the Saint Province realm should feel honored to be buried with my daughter. As she spoke, Situ Zizhu's voice became colder and colder. Even though Feng Jianyu was her daughter, she was so cold that she did not even dare to breathe. Mother, I'll send someone to investigate Duan Lingtian. Feng Jianyu's eyes flashed fiercely as she said, if you can't find out who he is, I'll personally go to the mundane realm and kill all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. I'll send someone to investigate as well. Situ Zizhu nodded as she put away the portrait in her hand. I'll keep this portrait with me, so it'll be easier for me to investigate. As for you, get someone to draw another portrait. Yes. Feng Jian, you nodded. You may leave. Feng Jian, you comforted Situ Zizhu before she left. Mother, the dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. You may leave. I know what to do. After Feng Jianyu left, Situ Zizhu's gaze turned even colder. How dare you kill my daughter? You must have a death wish. No matter who you are, I'll find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Situ Zizhu calmed down after a moment of rage. I hope I can find him in the next few hundred years. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to ask him for help. A hint of tenderness flashed in Situ Zizhu's eyes when she mentioned the word him. However, a bitter smile could be seen on her face. Only she and her 2 daughters knew who she had given birth to. That person was not from a Devata realm. He was from a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. He was a god in a realm of gods. Even for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, he was unreachable. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven was frantically trying to find him. However, he did not care. In his opinion, it would take a long time for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven to find him. Moreover, even if he was no match for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, he would not regret what he had done. After all, it was all because of him that junior sister Mu-yi had ended up like this. If junior sister Mu-yi hadn't been taken away by Yun Qinyan, she wouldn't have been so talented. She wouldn't have been targeted by the Luo River sect. Duan Lingtian blamed himself for this. Because of this, he did not regret taking revenge for Mu-yi. If not for his limited strength, he would have killed his way to the Luo River sect to avenge his junior sister Mu-yi. Elder brother Duan, senior sister Mu-yi's soul is damaged, causing her to lack intelligence. I'm afraid she'll be like this for the rest of her life. Normally, a child's soul is intact, even if their intelligence isn't fully developed in the beginning. As they grow up, their intelligence will still be complete. However, senior sister Mu-yi's situation is different. She's not a person with incomplete intelligence. It's only because her soul is damaged that it's impossible for her to have complete intelligence. Feng Tianwu's tone was heavy when she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Mu-yi, don't worry. One day, I'll kill everyone who harmed you in the Luo River sect. Duan Lingtian promised Mu-yi inwardly. For now, my strength is still limited, so I can avenge you. However, the person who possessed your body is dead. In that case, consider it as interest from the Luo River sect. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had clenched his fists tightly. His eyes had even unknowingly turned red. Young master. Hualao could sense Duan Lingtian's emotions. Therefore, he called out to Duan Lingtian and asked, "Are you bringing the two little fellows from the dragons with you?" Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Naturally, he knew the two little fellows from the dragons that Hualao mentioned were Little Black and Little White. "Bring them with you," Duan Lingtian said. Hualao was unaware of the situation in Duan Lingtian's little world, but Duan Lingtian did. For this reason, he hoped Little Black and Little White could cultivate in his little world. After all, cultivating in his little world was much more beneficial than cultivating in any Devata realm. Even the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to his little world, let alone the dragons. Duan Lingtian's little world could be considered a small realm of gods now. This was because his little world contained the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Apart from that, his little world also contained the divine tree of life. Due to the divine tree of life, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world would never run out, unless something happened to him. Although Little Black and Little White were still cultivating, they were jolted awake by Duan Lingtian's arrival. Brother Lingtian. Little Black and Little White were here to look for Duan Lingtian, so they were naturally very happy when they saw Duan Lingtian. "Big brother Lingtian, you've returned." "Little Black, Little White, enter my little world and greet me," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Greet." In the beginning, Little Black and Little White didn't have the time to react, and even thought that Duan Lingtian was asking them to go greet Little Gold. However, when they entered Duan Lingtian's little world and saw a few familiar faces, their eyes lit up with excitement. Little White was especially excited. She leaped into Feng Tianwu's and Li Ro's arms. "Sister Tianwu, Aunt Ro, that you're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.